Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone, from every quadrant, from every sphere, from Antarctica to the Arctic. I think those are the two. From whatever side, the one from left to right, from center to mid. Welcome to Toast AM, hosted from rugged Nova Scotia, Canada, East Coast. And also, not only that, somewhere in the middle section where no one really knows what's happening, it's also my co-host Dave.
Hello from parts unknown,
That is that
weighing in.
from parts unknown.
Yeah,
That is how
weighing
Art
in.
used to say it, right?
Yeah, from parts unknown.
So did Art? There was a time, if I'm remembering correctly, that Art did the show from essentially a camper, right?
I think so. Yeah, I've seen pictures of it, like at the start before, but I don't know if that was real. Like it was his home. We did the show from his home. I don't know if it was like he had sort of a trailer camper, or if that's kind of romanticized,
Oh, I see.
a little bit. I honestly don't know.
Because
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe I'm also confusing it with the character that was somewhat uh that is somewhat based on him in the movie 2012.
Hmm.
The Woody Harrelson character
Yes.
in 2012 that was roughly based on Art Bell did drive his show around so that the people couldn't track him.
Yeah. Yeah. Art never did that. Yeah.
Right.
I've had a busy week, Shannon. I don't have an answer to that question. I
Uh-oh.
don't have any either. If it makes you feel better, yeah. Paul,
Is there some kind of shenanigan deal
your
happening that's
woman is being very bullying and aggressive to me in chat, and I demand one of our moderators do something about this.
I see. Well, that sounds uncharacteristic to me.
That doesn't sound right at all.
Doesn't sound right at
I
all.
am I'm a sensitive soul, and I
Though you
refuse
seem
to.
thick-skinned, it
Yeah,
hurts.
it hurts. It still hurts. Yeah, yeah.
Um, Dave, we've already got I think a super chat somewhere.
We do no. We have a member chat.
Oh, that was a member chat. No wonder. There
Yeah,
you go. There you go. Member
yeah.
chat.
And I mean, that's a question for you. It's there's very serious accusations being thrown around here, Paul, and I think you need to respond to them.
Yes, I
Clearly,
had a video release on the main channel today featuring
yeah.
Dr. Robin Faith Walsh.
Wait, you have another channel?
I do.
What?
I do.
Oh
Where we
man,
talk, yeah, you wouldn't like it because we just talk about pop culture and like
back.
the latest TV shows and
Oh man, there's
sci-fi
another.
books.
All these knives in my back. I can't. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep sitting through this. Oh, that's
Mm. And we
yeah.
review
Yeah.
recipes.
We
It's
spend a
just
lot of time going through
and
classic books
various
or who has those.
beers. We talk you
Yeah, you wouldn't
and
like it.
odd quirks about grammar. You just would. This is just wouldn't be your thing.
Wouldn't be my thing. Yeah, that's
Nope.
fair. That's
Yep.
fair. Yeah, yeah.
So yeah. So the hypothesis presented today was, is it should it
Mhm.
be Pollyanity or Christianity? Because
Right, because so much of the
um yes, and this is a actual professor who teaches it at actual University of Miami with teaches religious studies. So
right.
she has actual scholarly ideas as opposed to my shenanigans.
That sounds boring.
Mhm.
I like your shenanigans better. Yeah.
That's right. So
If
anyway,
the
but
internet
yes,
taught me anything, it's that just unsupported random conjecture is the
that's right.
superior.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
what we like. We like that
yeah,
better.
yeah.
So um because of course the Pauline letters were definitely written before the Gospels. No matter, pretty much every scholar will on Earth
We'll agree to that.
who will
Yeah.
agree to that in general. Um, but some of the notions that Paul the few shreds of the Jesus story that he seems to be aware of, he likely was
Mhm.
not aware of them through the Gospels. Doesn't actually even seem that controversial because
Right.
everyone kind of
Yeah.
agrees they weren't written yet, so shouldn't be such a big deal. Nevertheless, when this stream is done in what will be probably be what 90 minutes today.
Yeah, usually we're about
Yeah.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So perfect.
Yeah.
So we'll just hold on for a few minutes here, and we'll get this done,
Yeah.
and then you can go
We'll
watch
get,
that video.
yada yada yada. We'll finish this whole little thing. Yeah. Yeah.
So Dave, it's almost your birthday.
It is so close. So close.
So I'm very
That
sorry that I
that
won't
is,
be there.
is that doxing? Am I doxing myself by letting
No,
people
because
know?
we're leaving it as almost.
Okay, good.
But I now remember what I forgot
really
is
dig
I was
on that
gonna
part.
have birthday graphics, and now I realize I haven't. So now it's just you get a lame, a la, it's almost as bad as just someone typing on your Facebook wall, "Happy
Well,
birthday."
I mean, last year, yeah. Somebody I haven't talked to in 6 years.
That's right. Yeah.
Happy birthday. Wait, what? Yeah. Nothing more personal than
Exactly.
the
Yep.
random Facebook wall message. Yeah. Yep. It's cold.
No,
And
last year I had birthday graphics, and this year I
you did. You had a
neglected to.
birthday. You had a birthday song.
I did.
Yeah, presented by none other than everybody's favorite dinosaurologist. And yeah.
This year
Yeah.
I've let everyone down.
You've let everyone down. You've become comfortable. You've become lax. Success. It happens to everybody. I mean, it.
Well, I had to put the stream back together, as some if you were here last week.
Yeah.
While the conversation was sharp and crisp and joyful,
Yep.
some of
I had a pretty
the
good time last week.
of the unnecessary complications weren't up to snuff. So we're back on track. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna be talking about some great the city of Atlantis, Dave. And someone has a rock solid plan on how we can finally once and for all
Yep.
get this sorted, exactly what was Atlantis and what happened to it. So I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a very practical plan that she has. And so I'm excited for that. But first, Dave,
Yes.
we don't get all these bells and whistles. You
No.
got to go to the bell and whistle store.
We do. Although before we do have one super chat from Melody Kate.
Oh my goodness!
Do that before we
jump too far.
Mm-hmm.
Melody Kate says, "Let the drinking begin. Art lived in the typical high desert home we call the mobile house. We call them mobile homes, although they are not mobile at all."
Well, there you go.
In my head canon, when I was listening to these shows live, he was somewhat mobile with his statement. That I may have invented that.
I think that is something you invented. Yeah. Yeah. But I do sort of remember seeing. I've definitely seen like pictures of him outside of like a trailer house, like a mobile home. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you to everybody who's throwing birthday wishes in the chat. Appreciate it very much. I managed to not die for another year.
Well,
so far. I got
a
couple days. I got a couple days to go yet. I don't want to jinx it. Yeah.
We'll see how much drinking this thing takes to get through. So.
All right. But yes, Paul, as always.
Yes, we need to pay some bills, Dave.
We need to pay some bills. That's the cold hard facts of the world that we live in. Things cost money, and we address this by getting sponsors. And Paul, we got a doozy of one tonight. I'll tell you, I'm tremendously excited to talk about today's sponsor. I can pretty safely say that in the nearly 2 years, we're coming up on our 2-year anniversary here, Paul, of putting Toast to Toast out into the world, we have never had a bigger sponsor than this. The sponsor of tonight's show has had an impact on so many industries, Paul, has influenced so much culture, inspired so many great discoveries. It's fair to say that there is no human being living anywhere in the world today that has not in some way been deeply affected by the amazing products and services that our sponsor has to offer. Today's sponsor has been known to feed entire civilizations, Paul, wipe out entire towns, and occasionally produce monstrous lizards. I am, of course, talking about the unfathomable depths of the ocean. That's right, Paul, the deep abyss that covers most of this planet. The vast majority of it may be completely unknown, but when intrepid explorers finally get around to searching the vast depths of the inky cold depths, let me tell you what they're going to find, Paul. they're going to find incredible deals and unbelievable value. That's what. Let me now just highlight a very, very small percentage of the ways the unfathomable depths of the ocean can make your life better today. There's the obvious services that everyone uses all of the time. I'm sure most of our audience in the stream tonight has enjoyed some delicious seafood at some point in their life. They might have even had some for dinner tonight. Possibly they're enjoying some fish and chips right now as we stream. We've all used, the unplumbable darkness of the ocean to dispose of bodies or perhaps vehicles that we want to make disappear forever. That just goes without saying. But Paul, let's get beyond that. These little sort of hobbies. Let's say you have a global civilization's worth of plastic waste you need to put somewhere, and you sure as heck ain't going to put it in your backyard. Why not just toss it in the ocean? Say you've got a largely mercantile empire that you need to protect from people who have a lot less money than you, but a lot more swords. Well, just put an ocean between you and them. You'll be safe as a turtle pulled into its shell. Paul, want to drink water, for example, that will ironically cause you to die from dehydration? Such a thing is possible. The oceans have enough salt water for every human being who has ever lived in all of history to gorge themselves with plenty left over to spare. That's just the practical benefits, only some of the practical benefits, Paul. What about the more esoteric benefits? There's no need for expensive and environmentally unfriendly space launches to put people into environments that can literally kill them in seconds. Just make a homemade sub and head out into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Do you need to wipe out potentially hide an entire ancient advanced civilization? Only to discover it through secret means we're going to find out later tonight. Look no further than the dark abyss that lurks beneath the waves. Do you need to inspire generations of horror and deep longing, wondering where vessels full of loved ones have disappeared to? The unfathomable depths of the ocean have you covered. And Paul, that's not all. For this week only, the unfathomable depths of the ocean have authorized me to make a very special offer to the watchers of this stream. Next time that you are traveling over the unforgivable sea or risking its ire to plunder the wealth from the depths, use the promo code Toast to Toast, that's TOST, the number 2, TOST, to receive absolutely free at no extra charge a Godzilla or Cthulhu of your choice from the ancient depths of the sea. What a value, what savings, what an amazing opportunity. So absolutely do not walk, run to the nearest sea, ocean, or other large body of water today and get yourself an unfathomable depth of the ocean right now. You'll be glad that you did. Unfathomable depths of the ocean.
Well, cheers to our sponsor, Unfathomable Depths of the Ocean.
Unfathomable.
Also, killer of billionaires.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of poor people too. Let's be very honest. Yeah. Way more. Way more. Yeah.
I can attest one fun thing about the ocean where I live is sometimes we're just minding our own business.
Yeah.
And the ocean just decides to come and visit.
I mean, there you go. Yeah.
Into the streets and into the town. It's
your yard around.
Yeah.
Sometimes miles ashore. That's
it's pretty cool.
To be fair, people from miles ashore go out into the ocean, so fair's fair, right? I guess.
I'm not agreeing. So also, Dave,
this
is just a note for later.
Okay, yeah.
If you can get a hookup for Aquaman.
I don't know
if the people at the ocean can get us in touch with actually, frankly, Neptune or any of the ocean gods, that would be cool.
Oh my.
I feel like if I had a god on my channel, that would really...
Well, Aquaman's not... Oh, I see. Yeah, you'd get Poseidon.
I've changed my mind now. I'm bigger fish like Poseidon or Neptune or somebody.
Yeah. Right.
Then That would really set aside this whole theism thing, really.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Or at least
you know,
throw a new wrench in there.
yeah. Back in the good old days when the gods had the decency to just walk around like
That's right.
people.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep. Sleep with virgins, do all kinds of things.
That's
You're
right.
just
Yeah.
like, no, yeah, there we go. Yep.
I mean, I'm not their type, but we can, at least they would wander around.
Yeah. They might walk up and smite you with lightning, but
That's right.
that's definitive. That would,
Still,
yeah.
good for ratings.
I feel like you would appreciate that on a philosophical level.
I
You
would.
know?
I absolutely
Yeah.
would.
You're just like, well, I know where I stand now.
Exactly. Well, cheers to Ocean. Thank you for being a sponsor. Highly recommend.
Highly
I'm
recommend.
actually surprised that they were able to. You were about as far from the ocean as a person can get on this earth, so I'm
It's
not really
close
sure
to, yeah.
how
Yeah.
you managed to pull that off. But well done, Dave.
I
This
mean,
time,
it's mostly
good job.
Skype meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, is how you do it now. Yeah.
They're probably
To
trying to
do,
really build up their ocean awareness in the prairies there.
yeah, absolutely, right? Like,
Yeah.
who do you want to reach out to?
Mm.
Like the people who live on the coast, they already know.
They already know. Yeah.
They already,
Yeah.
yeah, right.
So we have a few super chats here, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
The first from Rosina, gently used Keller,
Nice.
says, "Gorge yourself on death water."
Absolutely. So, do you know, there's one thing I learned this week while I was doing a little bit of the very light research I do to do these ads. Uh, do you know why salt water is deadly? Why you can't drink salt water?
Uh, no,
I knew that you couldn't. That it's not
right.
something.
I'm assuming it's not due to dehydration. It must be something else.
It is due to dehydration.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It literally is dehydration because human urine there is less salt content in urine than in salt water. The kidneys cannot pack enough salt into it, so it takes more water to filter the salt out of the body that's in salt water is
Right.
in the water. So you have to drink more water than is there.
Okay.
So
it
kidney.
is literally
Otherwise,
dehydration. Okay.
like, yeah, literally, it's like your kidneys will exhaust all of your body's water supply trying to flush the salt out of your body, and you'll die of dehydration.
And that's why if you're stuck in a lifeboat in the middle of the ocean, you should save your pee water.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
honestly,
it's a true. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a thing.
Yeah.
That was I mean, I'm no medical doctor, but
you don't need to get
you know,
too far into the things you got to do to survive on the
Yep.
ocean, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fred Harvey leaves a super chat. I bought some ocean a while back. Was unsatisfied. Shouldn't have sunk my money into it.
Well, I mean, we respect your right to super chat and say what you will here, Fred Harvey, but
also Fred Harvey, I just have to. Perhaps you were using it wrong. Maybe
yeah,
did you check frequently asked questions?
Mm-hmm.
Did you try turning the ocean on and off again?
Was there some problem with the Godzilla or Cthulhu you received? Yeah.
Well, actually, Fred probably didn't even have our code wasn't even available.
Probably didn't use our
didn't
promo
even
code.
receive a free Cthulhu.
Yeah, the TOST number 2.
Yeah, so
that's. I mean, and
maybe try again with our code and see if you
try again.
Give it a good try. Yep.
Yep.
Everyone has a bad day, even an ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Is the ocean old god free?
Absolutely not. The exact
we cannot
opposite.
promise that. No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm promising that it's chock full of them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, some of the newer parts, like if you go into like some of the newer peninsulas, they haven't always made it to like every area.
Yeah. No, absolutely. They don't
go to Oakland, you're fine. There's no gods in the Oakland Harbor there, the Bay Area. No.
Yeah.
No old gods. New gods and sharks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And probably boats with batteries.
Really annoying people who've had too much Botox, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. Yeah. But like go to like say the fjords of Iceland.
Yeah, no
probably
old gods.
Very good chance you're gonna bump into
for
an old
sure.
god there. Yeah.
Even around here in Nova Scotia, yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely old gods.
Yeah. So if you
Kicking
see a
around.
strange old man or woman who asks you for like something to eat or drink, it's like, just give it to them. That you're going to be better off.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might
Rosina
get a free pig out of the deal.
is
Mhm.
giving some sage medical advice, saying
Yes.
don't drink urine, aged or fresh.
I mean, that's
I want to be clear that our earlier advice was in the situation where you are in a boat in the ocean with no other source of, water.
I think what Paul is trying to say is he advocates drinking urine all the time.
That is incorrect.
That is what he is really into.
Demonetized. Great.
Great. Oh,
all right.
that reminds me of this website I found with Google Translate. Anyways.
Okay, Dave. Well,
Mhm.
it's interesting you managed to get a sponsor that is somewhat related to the topic of the show today. That's quite a
I know.
coincidence.
It's
It's
probably
happenstance, as it were.
fickle finger of fate.
Mm.
Just aligning things.
So, for those who don't know, Art
Yeah.
Bell. Oh, Dave, it is
Oh,
trivia night. Oh
it
my
is true.
goodness.
I was just like, are we starting a show's getting to the stream so early? And it's like, no, of course not.
No. We gotta get to. So, it is trivia night.
It is trivia night.
You need to explain what the hell is going on with trivia tonight, because I don't
Wow.
know.
We have a very special edition of Toast to Toast trivia tonight. You're all so lucky to be here. It is, of course, Coast to Toast trivia. It's our normal multiple choice game. You have the question will be asked. There's 4 potential answers numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. All you have to do is type the number of the correct answer into chat. So just type a single digit 1, 2, 3, or 4. Paul's amazing algorithmic computational scriptational things will take that, tabulate it, calculate it. At the end of the night, we will have a winner. The theme of tonight's trivia is mean-spirited comments on Paul's YouTube videos. What will happen is every question is just a comment, a comment taken directly cut and pasted from one of Paul's videos, and then there will be the title of 4 videos from YouTube listed on there. So Paul should ace this because he made every single second of every one of these videos. I mean, there's no way he wouldn't know it, right? This is literally his life. So,
I may not read every comment.
but I mean, they'll all clearly reference.
Oh, well, obviously, yes. It'll be so obvious to me. I'm sure
so
this is going to be great.
So there'll be 4 videos. You have to choose the video that this comment is from. That's what it is, if that makes sense.
I feel like I'm going to do terrible at this.
So the first question,
So I'm going to go ahead and just go participate in the chat because I don't feel like
he knows nothing about this. Shannon, you get in here too. Yeah.
I don't feel like that I am going to have any special insight ahead of anyone else other than you. All right, so let's get this countdown clock going.
And I'm going to be honest, I did this like 2 weeks ago, so
Oh, that's right. This was supposed to be for the last episode. That's right. Yeah. So we'll see. You maybe can play along as well.
Yeah, but I prefer to watch.
All right, fair enough.
Hey, thank you. So again, it's just going to be the comment, and then you tell me the title of what video it came from, starting right away. All right, Paul, let's bring up the first one here.
Okay.
Jasper7 said, Jasper784, this felt like a long infomercial with very little content. It is also odd that the information is filtered through a claim of former Christian. Was this from Ken Ham made me an atheist, an intro to Paulogia? How do I know if I'm going to heaven? Faith, belief, and prophecy, Toast to Toast AM, or the Dead Sea Scrolls, what apologists hope you'll never find out, featuring
I feel like, okay, it's not number 3. I'm gonna this is a classic. It's my very first video. I don't know. I'm gonna go with
there is I'm gonna let you see here. So there is a pattern to this, Paul, and we'll see if anybody
there's a pattern. All right, we'll see if we can figure out the pattern.
There's a little clip, little hint. They might not. Well,
Oh, there's a
thinking.
lot of deciphering. Oh, I was wrong.
You were wrong. It was the your Dead Sea Scrolls.
Which is my most popular video.
It is your most popular video. That's why I thought maybe it you
Wow,
know.
well that's also the one with the most comments. So I'm least
Mhm.
likely to. Yeah. All
That's
right.
fair.
Fair
There we
enough.
go. So now we got it. Now we got a
So now
feeling
we
for the
got
game.
the rhythm of things. That's
Yeah,
that's how we're gonna roll. Well
that's how
done
we're
for
gonna roll.
everyone who got that one correct.
Yes.
Now we also I think we
Oh,
got a few super
we have the
chats.
clock.
Who and what?
Do we have a trivia clock?
We need the trivia clock. Absolutely. Thank you
Oh, there
so
it is. It
much.
is there. I just yes, yes. We have some
No,
super chat. We should,
absolutely.
yeah.
We have one from Domo.
Yeah,
Cheers
I
to
did it.
Dave, living
Yeah.
another year. Cheers to you,
Cheers to
Dave.
you. Thank
And
you. Thank you,
thank
Domo.
you so much for supporting the show at that level. Holy cow. Thank you, Domo. Thank you so
Domo
much.
arigato. Yes, that is tremendous. Thank you so much. I think you missed one from Jay
I
Victor
think we
before that.
missed perhaps a member chat. What do we got here? This is the new one. This is I assume this is the most silly trivia night and by far the best. Cheers.
Well,
Excellent.
we got a lot of trivia left to go. Web, don't go. But you missed a super chat from Jay Victor before the Domo
Well,
one.
here's the problem, Dave. With
Uh-oh.
my new little interface now, I apparently have I can't get to it anymore.
You can't bring it up.
So
I
I'm
can
going
read
to.
it out.
You can
At
read it
least.
out. Yeah, I can't put it
Yeah,
on screen anymore, sadly.
So Jay Victor super chatted and said, so you guys are saying that I should avoid ocean in Massachusetts and the New England area. I mean, that's a good place to go if you like sharp, painful beaches.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Then and cold water.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But if you like football championships, it's a good place to go.
Yeah. Well, not anymore. I like lobster rolls though.
Lobster rolls are good.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we are we have the trivia clock up, we have the sponsor, we have the dog cam, we can
Well
take
done,
that
Mike.
off. We've had all the we've had the sponsor,
We got a
everything,
Pink
we're
Floyd
set to
reference.
go.
We're all
I've
set.
had a shot of tequila. Okay.
Hours that make up the dull day.
We didn't talk about the Tumblr.
Mm-mm.
So
I knew there was a way we could avoid getting the show started yet. Yes.
If you are the winner of trivia tonight, will be eligible to join the Tumblr Club.
You bet. I saw Mark's in here. Mark's in the trivia Tumblr Club. Paul and I are in the Tumblr Club.
So we'll see.
Other people.
I'm off to a slow start, but I just paid for my own Tumblr. There's another thing you can do is you can just pay for your own Tumblr if you want.
You can just go to the
the store.
The Paulogia store. Did you get you in a little leprechaun outfit? It's Paulogia. Here, incredible value.
Maybe in March.
Hi.
That sounds like something I could do in March.
Yep, there you go.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, let's get to Art Bell.
Yes, Michael. Michael also has a Tumblr. Perfect. Art Bell. Here we go.
So this was a episode from 1997. I don't remember which month.
Feel like. Oh shoot, I can't remember either.
It's in the
August?
description. I want to say August or April for some reason, but it doesn't matter. It was in 1997, and interestingly, this was a double episode. Well, they were all 4-hour episodes, right? So you should know that what we're giving you here is only a taste of part of any given episode.
Yeah.
Well, Dave revisited one of our old episodes that we had covered.
Yes.
And that was, I don't know who remembers Fidgets. Put a fidget in the chat. What do the kids say? Throw in the chat. Throw an X for Fidgets. I don't know.
Is that what the kids say?
I don't know what the kids say. Put in an F for Fidgets. If you remember the fidget guy, there was a guy, Dave, who said that you could fidget his way time travel. That there was basically, this was pre-fidget spinners. This was all this kind of stuff. Anyway, in that same episode, so the fidget spinner was on. That was the guy who hacked in, right?
Yeah, he just called in. He knew the secret that he
knew the secret to call right in to the show.
Yeah, he was calling in from like a phone booth at a
So he was the back half of the show.
Yeah.
But the front half of the show was equally fascinating, I think, and I hope.
Yeah. But we'll be even better, more
We hope it'll
fascinating.
be even better than Mr. Fidget, because uh this is now I've totally forgotten her name. Pardon me. We will figure it out. We'll
Don't
find
worry,
it
our
out right
Bell can
away.
introduce it if we ever actually start the show.
There's a well-educated person on the show, and
Mhm.
she has for art, as I understand it, her hypothesis is that she has a way to find out where, when, and how Atlantis became lost.
Yes, absolutely. I'm laughing what Chad said. There's also more super chats, which I'm
Uh-oh.
almost hesitant to answer because I'm worried that if we delay this show much longer, Shannon will physically assault you, and I don't want to be party
Well,
to a federal crime. But
uh, so
Curious
we
Nerd
have,
Kit
go ahead.
uh, asks a very important question, TM. Did either of you get to watch the Princess Bride home movie on YouTube, the one made during lockdown by many famous actors? No, I was not aware that's a thing that existed, but now I desperately want to.
I was aware of it, and I think that I may have saw it, but in my post-COVID
Actually,
brain, I've just
that's a
shunted that
block.
into the whole COVID, the whole part of COVID you try to forget. I'm pretty
Good to
sure I
know.
saw part of it, but I'm now
It's
again once you've watched this video, which we should be done, I don't know, in about 10 or
about
15
10 minutes.
minutes.
Yep.
Yep. You can watch then the video I put out this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and then once that's done, you can go search for Princess Bride home movie.
We're good stuff. Then, once again, friend of the show, Rosina, gently used Keller, asks Paul, how does one prom?
Did you go to your prom?
I did go to my prom. Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
I even danced and everything.
I went to work
Yeah, that sounds like what you would do. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you had a report to get in. You had boss breathing down your neck about the Goldman file.
So I absolutely was. So I don't know if you remember my grade 12 year. I was mostly working and only had that one
Well,
class
I
in the end.
didn't know
Oh,
you
you
then.
didn't know me. You didn't know me
No,
then.
yeah.
I
But
absolutely was
I
working. I was working as a graphic designer.
yeah,
Most of
that
the I already had a job,
yeah,
a desk job.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
Shannon went to 2 proms
ooh, well
because
that.
grade 12 was the best 3 years of her life.
Mm,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
So now, can we finally no one super chat for the next 5 seconds? Here we
Yeah,
go.
we
Art
appreciate
Bell.
yeah.
Evening or good morning, as the case may be, and welcome to another edition of Coast to Coast AM, live overnight talk radio right here in the middle of, or from the middle of the desert, extending out to the Hawaiian Tahitian Islands in the west, all the way east to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north, all the way to
I
the
usually cut
pole.
this part out.
This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Now, several items to get out to you, and then we're going to explore Atlantis. I always thought Atlantis was a non-existent place, a myth. I'm still not convinced, and I've heard a lot about
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Atlantis, and I guess I know
I hit a bad
the
button.
mythology behind it a little bit. It was here. There was a great series of earthquakes and earth disruptions, it is said, and Atlantis disappeared. With us tonight is Dr. Wendy Lockwood, and I'll tell you all about her in a moment. She knows, she says, about Atlantis. So I guess we've got the right person. Regarding...
I remember what the expert's name was. It was Wendy Lockwood.
Very good, Dave.
I'm helpful.
You are on the ball.
Yep.
Memory like a steel cage.
Yep. No off position on the genius switch.
I was saying that to myself the other day.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good saying.
One of my favorite Letterman lines of all time. Yeah. No off position on the genius switch.
Fidgets. You may take a look. I have taken about I don't know, several hours ago, prior to airtime. I took, by the way, the Fidgets arrived on time yesterday, and I have taken the Fidgets so that you might see them, and took a quick shot with the studio cam. So, the present photo up on the studio cam, part of the web site, is of Fidgets. And I'm going to have no more comment on Fidgets, except to say go ahead and take a look. And when I have finished evaluating them, I will have a comment for you. So that's the story on Fidgets. But anyway, for the next one, and I'll leave.
We will have no more comments on the Fidgets. Please don't talk to me about Fidgets.
Yeah, I will say this. There will be no further comments.
So obviously, no one will call in with Fidget questions because he asked them nicely.
Leave it up there for the next couple hours or so. So anybody who wants to can get a look at what a Fidget physically is configured like. There are several different versions of Fidgets up there. So somebody tuning in.
Do we need to remind? I don't think we need to remind anyone what Fidgets are, do we?
No, it doesn't matter. It's essentially
pretty inconsequential.
A very, very fancy fidget spinner. It's a thing you play with.
That he made out of bicycle chains, as I recall.
Yeah, like gears and bicycle chains. They would like turn in like interesting ways. We had some pictures of it. And it's like, it does look like it'd be fun to play with mindlessly for a while. But it's a fidget.
As I recall,
back in the 90s, this was not a thing that everybody was familiar with.
Right.
Today, everybody is like, oh yeah, fidget spinners, fidget. Got it. Yeah.
As I recall, in the end, it became time travel in that you got kind of lost.
Yeah.
It made the time seem like it passed faster.
Yeah, he found a way to travel through time at the speed of time. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. He discovered the secret. Yeah.
For the very first time, who's never heard this show before, you're going to think I've totally lost my mind. What is a fidget? A fidget is said to be a device to allow travel in time, or to calm oneself, or one may ascribe many properties to a fidget.
Okay,
at any rate,
I
felt a need to get them up there for you to see. And the quickest, dirtiest way to do that was to take a quick cam, studio cam shot of the thing and just leave it there. So for the next 2 hours, you can see Fidgets. Otherwise, I will evaluate them and let you know. There is something else as well. There was an article in the Minneapolis Star-Tribune written.
All right, we're getting the choppy sound, so I'm going to fix that.
While you do that, I'm going to answer. Michael asked a question a bit ago. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but it comes up every now and then, and it's in comments, so I'll say it. Where is that? The music, the theme song. What is it? Who did it? That is a song called "Chase" by Giorgio Moroder, or the theme from. I can't really think. Maybe it's the theme from a movie Chase, but I feel like Chase by Giorgio, and Art Bell used it as the theme song for his show for decades. It was also the theme song for a very famous wrestling tag team called the Midnight Express, but that's a different story.
I feel like that might be the name of the song. Midnight Express.
It's either called Chase or the theme from Chase. I can't remember.
Yeah, okay.
It might just be called Chase. Yeah. Marauder, MOR.
Otherwise, I will evaluate.
There we go.
Sounds easy to find. You Google it. You'll find the song.
Art Bell theme song. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Timothy Harmon with the super chat. Thank you for supporting us.
Is that the one where the fidget guy walked the alley and his fidgets and teeth were gone? I don't remember that. Did that happen? But we drink a lot on this show, so sometimes
he's conflating that with.
I mean, that was the Mel. That's Mel.
That was
right?
Mel. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
But I love a good mashup. I love a good callback. So well done.
Yeah. He's not the hero we wanted, but he's the toothless mutant seal producing hole discovering hero we needed. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. He's not the hero we deserved, but it's the one we needed.
Wait to let you know. There is something else as well. There was an article in the Minneapolis Star-Tribune written, I think, on the 13th, which would have been yesterday, and we grabbed that and put it right up on the website as well. Christopher Ruddy is going to be writing an article that'll be in the Pittsburgh paper sort of a profile on me, and I'm going to be most interested to see what Mr. Ruddy has to say. That's going to be interesting. So in a moment, we're going to talk a little bit about Atlantis.
Oh my goodness, the Josh, Paul, who's gifting memberships left and right.
Before we actually, now given that Art went to an ad break there, I see the trivia clock is barely a sliver.
That's it. Maybe this is an excellent time.
I think this
You know
feels
what,
like...
Paul? You know what, Paul?
What's that?
The trivia clock, man was not made to serve the trivia clock. The trivia clock was made to serve man. We do what we want here. Yeah.
Well, we do what we want within the confines of what technology will allow us to do.
And the algorithm.
And the algorithm, and potentially being demonetized now for several for music and for bad medical advice. We don't know.
Yep. My various
coming up
race-based rants.
Which video was this?
Which video did this mean YouTube comment come from? Ernos Gij said, I love how Paulogia just sits there and blink all the way through. Grin, way to contribute, Paul. Was that from Give Moon Cities a Chance? Toast to Toast AM with Art Bell. Creation Today claims we don't need evidence, says Eric Hovind. Creation Today, Jerusalem Zombies, or As Many True Things and As Few Ham Things, featuring Matt Dillahunty. Now, there's a clue here in this comment that would probably point you towards the right answer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I won't mention the clue. But I feel like maybe.
That the tone of the comment should point you to where we're going here. I'm trying,
Although again, I didn't feel like that was a toast one, because I tend to blather more than sit quietly.
Yeah.
Oh, most people managed to
got that right. Yeah, that was yeah. Also a very popular video on your channel.
I needed to on that one I mostly sit quiet when there's a guest, as opposed to when there's no guest. That becomes a very boring video. So,
see, I'm trying to not make it impossible for people.
Exactly. No, you well done. I'm 1 for 2, which isn't so terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are referring to the animation. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Paul's massively animated pectoral muscles, famously called out frequently.
All right.
Convicted felon. Anyways.
Back to Art.
We're
going to find out about Atlantis, finally.
Yes.
Now we take you back to the night of August 14th, 1997, on Art Bell's Somewhere in Time.
Now, Dr. Lockwood, actually Dr. Wendy Lockwood, who's been a radio announcer, a high fashion model and art director, among many other pursuits, earned her Ph.D. in minister's degree in Western Shambhala.
Wait,
what?
Wait. PhD in ministers?
In Western Shambhala? Okay, I don't understand.
She has a minister's degree?
I guess. Is that like a doctorate of divinity?
I think that's thing? They call that now. They actually, some places call it a THD, a doctor of theology. Interesting. All right. So my confidence now, Dave, is sunk a little bit.
Yep.
I thought we were having a real doctor on. Not that, well, yes, I thought we were having a real doctor on.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
All right. Let's see what we got. Show me what you got.
Located 7,000 feet, or at 7,000 foot level, in the Colorado Rockies, an ashram and seminary college. She lived there 11 years. It was founded by the late and famous enlightened master, Dr. M. Durrell, who was Tibetan trained. He was an Eastern philosopher, a psychologist, and medical doctor. His successor was Dr. Trenton Tully.
Quite a Renaissance man, that one. He was a medical doctor and a Tibetan monk.
Yep.
And ran this college for 14 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rosina. Thank you so much for the super chat. The Conquerors of Shambhala? Shambhala?
Shambhala.
Maybe perhaps?
Sham in the ba-ba-la-ba-da.
The Sham and the Shambalab. Oh.
Michael Mazzaro's hell of a I'm an ordained minister too.
Oops.
Not in the country I live in, but in
Mm.
another country. I am a, as Paul knows, a dudist, a fully ordained dudist priest. Yep. So, you know, I can marry people in the States.
Mm. America, they'll just let you do whatever.
I mean, honestly, kind of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mike Amos, $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that.
There it is, my certificate, which has
but
my
that's
full
your name, Dave.
No,
You're...
Damn it! Now I've doxed myself. Well, I've literally said my full name a couple of times on this channel. I don't.
No one pay attention to that.
Yeah, come visit me. We'll have fun. We'll go for drinks. It'll be good. I'm not that hard to find. I don't have any money, so I don't have to worry about somebody stealing any of it.
Mike Amos for $20, Dave.
Yeah.
Says, It'd been a really long time since I caught a live show, so here's some tequila money to show my enthusiasm for these shows. Thank you. Tequila is not cheap.
Yeah. Well, I don't have tequila, but I got rum. So that
I feel like that requires me to actually. I'm gonna have a touch more tequila because
I think you oughta.
Because that was
it's
a
been
kind thing to do.
Donated, Paul. Cheers, everybody.
My other drink is running low anyhow. Cheers.
Cheers. Pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Yeah. Today I learned Judaism is a thing. You bet it's a thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Church of the Latter-day Dude.
Okay, I'm getting less optimistic that we're gonna actually find Atlantis.
I'm Paul. Conventional scholastic pursuits have had thousands of years to find Atlantis, and I found nothing. We need to.
What have historians done for us? Nothing.
Not a damn thing. What have cartographers done? Do you know how many Atlantises they found? Roughly 0.
That's right.
You know, give or take.
How many? James Cameron? He's constantly cruising the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Not a single Atlantis to his name.
Nope.
So I'm willing to explore new avenues. That's the hallmark of science, Paul. As Isaac Newton said, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how many likelies, is definitely probable.
Do you think that our new show sponsors that our primary sponsor of this program is actually sponsored this to keep us from getting the truth out about Atlantis? Is this a season 1 of
speaking
as in the building situation?
The vice president of corporate relations, I think you should shut the hell up, Paul.
Okay. That was weird.
Is there a 10-second delay on this? Can we go? You moron. And then I said, the other pie is also made of kidney meat. Oh, what a crazy!
Tequila. Hey, look, a new super chat has just come in just this second.
That was Arthur Conan Doyle. Yeah, I also misquoted. All right. Yeah.
Rosina Keller, just this second, wrote in Full Metal Alchemist, the movie, The Conqueror of Shambhala.
Say it, Paul.
And I don't know what the rest of that. How do we say the rest of this?
Gekijoban Hagane no Renkin Jutsushi Shenbara Oyukumono. Full Metal Alchemist is actually really good, and you should probably watch it sometime. But watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Don't watch the other one.
Oh, okay. I've seen Full Metal Jacket. Is it similar?
Yeah, it's basically the cartoon version of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's this I see about Rick and Morty the anime?
I'm vaguely aware of it, that there's like based on a thing. I don't know enough about it to talk about it. I'm not gonna
Okay, fair enough.
spell.
And there's also Suicide Squad, the anime. So there's all kinds of animes just coming out now.
I mean, they make a lot of animes. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Shannon loves anime. Ask her about it.
Okay.
She reads the mangas.
Backwards.
Yep.
Whom I am the successor, meaning the good doctor. Dr. Thoril was, and I'm never going to be able to pronounce this, Akhenaton, or something very close. Dr. Tully was King Tut, cousins in ancient Egypt. Dr. Tully was also the crown prince of Portugal, and one of the little rascals of old-time movies.
Previous lives. Right? He's. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you said previous lives, and I'm trying to figure out.
This guy. He's in a previous life. He was King Tut, and he was one of the.
I got you. Yeah, if we were doing like bingo, I got distracted because she was one of the little rascals.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, you know,
Child actors always turn out normal, so she's obviously fine.
but I don't think in this incarnation, in a previous life, she was one of the little rascals.
Oh, I thought maybe that this was the current incarnation. She was also a previous rascal.
No,
a little.
That would make her like 100 years old, and
but this was in 1997, and that would
still
be
would have been like she would have been quite.
No, she would have been like 70 or something, right?
Aren't the little rascals like pre-World War II?
Oh, maybe.
Man, now I don't know. Now we're shocking ignorance. I don't know.
Well, let's just carry on. She was a little rascal either in this life or a previous, but okay.
Maybe
so
not.
if it was
Maybe
but if it was a previous life, that meant that little rascal died very early.
Well, a lot of them did.
It's true. They got paid in cigarettes, as I understand. So
yeah, if they got paid. Yeah.
Yep.
That's one of the great.
Silly Paul, they weren't paid.
With what's her name? Kristen Wiig where she was like there's like an actress round table, all these women in Hollywood, and they're doing.
That's right.
Telling stories about how they was like shot up with amphetamines and dopamines and paid in beads and. Women script writers, you'd have to teach them how to read. Everybody's just horrified at this 100-year-old Hollywood woman. Oh, so good.
A good doctor says she remembers Atlantis well, having worked there as a nuclear physicist.
Okay, so she's not discovering anything. She's just remembering it.
Is remembering?
I mean, I'm not impressed anymore. That's like where I left my car keys.
But that's not what I remember about this episode. What I remember about this episode is there was a proposed solution for any person to be able to go figure it out.
You know, I'm riffing, Paul. I'm having fun.
I see. So, but here's the thing. So that is how she got this knowledge, I'm guessing, is because she just straight up remembers it.
Yeah, or maybe, to be fair, maybe it's just like, well, she's convinced, she knows, not convinced. She knows that Atlantis is real because she can remember being a nuclear physicist on Atlantis.
Sure. Exactly. Yeah. Just like I remember that, the town where you live was a town because I was there once.
Yeah. Also, she was King Tut.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And a little rascal.
That's
a downgrade, I would say. Little rascal is definitely lower on the totem pole than.
Well, I mean, that you definitely started with you made the classic mistake. You pulled out the big guns for the very first, and then everything else was like, it's good. There's no King Tut.
Yeah. You should angle upward trajectory that on your resume.
Yeah, and exactly. Right
on your resume. I see why you start with King Tut on the resume, but on a radio show,
unless you've got Genghis Khan to pull it at some point.
Exactly,
King Tut,
fathered 40% of the world.
All very, very interesting. She says that the Atlanteans were blue-skinned and averaged, get this, 28 feet tall. They lived for thousands of years. Here from Sonora, California, is Dr. Lockwood. Dr.
Wow. Okay. All right.
This is taking a turn. Yeah.
So keep in mind, this was many years before whatever James Cameron. I was like
Avatar. Yeah.
the Avatar movies. So there
Yeah.
weren't the only blue people in pop culture were Smurfs at this point.
I mean, in novels and stuff, there were,
28 foot, but this 28 foot tall. That's very tall.
That's very tall. That's very, very tall. Yeah.
We should be able to find the buildings that belong to 28 foot tall people
Yeah.
more
I
easily.
mean, I was gonna say Timothy Harmon, like this. I'm getting Nephilim vibes, Paul.
Maybe. Oh,
Or
Mm.
maybe. So we're kind of about this all wrong. It's not that the Atlanteans were Nephilim. It's that Nephilim are a misremembering of the wonder, any
Oh.
sufficiently advanced civilization. There's these magical
Sure.
blue giants. It's like, well,
Right.
they're probably half demon, angel. That's it. Nephilim. Atlanteans. Now this gets into the I know it's always been a thing with like King Kong movies and stuff. Like there's sort of a physical limit to how
The
large.
cube. There's whatever this the cube rule or whatever, right? There's.
Although I feel like 28 feet's probably within. I mean, there's certainly dinosaurs that were that large, although they were quadrupeds.
Right, but I think there's certain things about bipeds that.
Yeah, like I don't think that physically a 28-foot tall biped, unless they've got titanium bones or something. I don't know. All that nuclear science. I
remember. So when I'm with our with our friends over at Atomic Robo, they would constantly always be bringing up the square cube law.
Right. Okay.
Was always a thing, like for giant ants, for example. It's like, well, yeah, the ants, their exoskeletons can no longer hold in.
Yeah. The
new amounts because it's because the surface area scales disproportionate to the the linear height and that kind of thing. So yeah.
Right.
And then of course the volume inside. Anyway, this is your wet blanket on fun sci-fi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruined it. I am not wearing official merch. This is an Art Bell t-shirt, but this is just a t-shirt that I own. It's not in any way endorsed by Toast to Toast, and nor is it available for sale on the wonderful Paulogia store.
You are inconsistent on pronouncing my name correctly, which is, pretty much the whole YouTube. That's how that goes.
It's my own personal little running joke. I enjoy it.
Well, thank you, Art.
Paul, I see by the clock.
Yeah, we managed to.
Before we get back into it, it's time for another mean YouTube comment. I wonder which video this mean comment is from.
You have to riff for 14 seconds. At some point, I'll figure out that Toast to Toast logo blocks the timer.
Well, the day we can't fill 14 seconds of silence is the day we need to shut down this stream. David 77 James said, "Yeah, I always get my science and Bible facts from cartoon characters. Ha! Ra is ashamed to show his face while representing lies. Puppets and cartoon characters? Seriously? Is this the call that took down Art Bell, Toast to Toast AM? Is it Falsehoods in Genesis featuring Aaron Ra? Is it Creation Today Claims Polystrate trees? Condemned to hell for subconscious activity?" I mean, I feel like this one's a bit of a giveaway right in there.
Polystrat fossils. Next time you come, maybe. So polystrat fossils, and some or polystrate. There's different pronunciations again. They're right here in Nova Scotia. They're Joggins, Nova Scotia, and I've never gone to see them.
Oh well, then that'll be a fun.
Somebody needs to go with me to see the polystrat fossils.
Because I've been meaning to talk to you about that, but we'll leave that. Yeah, a lot of people got this right. Yes, absolutely.
Well, when you put the hint is the raw there, the R.
It's right in there, right in there.
You baked it in. But thank
They're
you for
not all
throwing us
going
a
to be
bone,
this easy. Just letting everybody know.
making us feel smart.
Yep.
Appreciate
Another tremendously popular video on your channel.
I see. So now, I see. So the pattern may well be that you've that you sorted by popularity and went backwards.
What? No, shut up.
So
Nobody can figure out my secret.
nope.
I'm not going to say that this is the third most popular video on the Paulogia channel.
The trick will be is if something entered the top 8 between when you wrote the questions and now,
which is very possible. This is very
Mm.
possible. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's put up the trivia clock and back to art. And finally, we're getting our guest who has a degree in imaginary things.
Symbolism. Yep.
That's really something. Let's go right back to the beginning with Atlantis. To me, Doctor, Atlantis has always been probably nothing more than a myth that I've heard about. That Atlantis, if I've got it right, once existed and was a whole civilization, and then through a series of earthquakes or earth movements was destroyed and sank beneath the sea. And that is about my knowledge, or what I think I know about Atlantis. What can you tell me?
Well, of course, there's no present archives to actually prove that Atlantis did exist, but there are secret archives through some of the mystery schools in the world who have the evidence that Atlantis exists.
Yes.
See, I love it already. Yeah. Of course, there's no archives of proof, but there's secret archives, Paul, in the mystery schools. So, yes.
I feel like this would have been a good one for bingo.
Yeah,
We'll see how it goes.
Probably would have been.
Yeah.
Probably would have been a good bingo show.
The best way to prove Atlantis is to go back in time, of which I've done, and I teach people how to do that. And there's more than one way to go back in time. One of them is a mystical way, and one is your fidget method. And perhaps a few others too.
Yes, well,
this is what I recalled. This is what I had recalled from this episode. The practical answer. If you just go back in time, you can go find where it was.
Yeah, it existed 20,000 years ago. Just go back in time 20,000 years and just.
That's right.
Yeah.
Easy.
And you know, Paul, it's easy because there's a bunch of ways to do it.
She's done it.
Yeah, she's done it.
What's stopping you?
Yeah. Probably an unavailability of peyote.
What's stopping me is that I went to camp that one summer. So, choices were made.
Yeah. And it's like, honestly, if you're looking for evidence of Atlantis, I feel like the secret archive is probably the first place you should check, right?
That's right. Because the regular archive, that's been checked.
Yeah. Like, you're wasting your time.
Yeah. Like the average 5th grader who's doing just a report on Atlantis is going to check the regular archive.
Yeah. It's like, guess what? Don't just look on Wikipedia, dumbass. It's not where you're going to find the cool. You gotta go in the stacks. You're going to have to go look through some microfiche if you want to get the real scoop. You want to find the stuff that the other kids presenting in class aren't going to have.
That's right.
That's where you're going to find it. You're going to have to go to the secret archives. And where are you going to find the secret archives? In the mystery schools, Paul. They're not going to be in your public libraries.
Nope.
They're not
going to be at your state school, your state university.
Yeah, somewhere the Inquisition can't find them. In the Atlantean, secret government, super government.
Yep. Probably in Greece somewhere.
You probably in a lizard man proof vault somewhere. Yep.
Do you suppose that microfiche has been has all the world's microfiche been digitized?
No.
Will it ever?
Probably. I know there are ongoing. There are people that's still their full-time job.
Wow.
That they're digitizing a bunch. A lot of it has, but there's so much that hasn't. And even old stuff, there's still old paper archives and things, like newspaper and old periodical articles and stuff where it's like this never even made it to microfiche, but we still have these, and it's like slowly being digitized bit by bit. As you know, there's people that's their full-time job.
I find that archiving old stuff and dragging it forward, I always find fascinating. So that just occurred to me that there must be microfiche, like newspapers that don't even exist anymore must have like so much microfiche. And where did that go? And anyway, but 20,000 years ago, they didn't have microfiche.
That's where you're wrong, Paul.
The 28. Now here's the thing: if you're 28 feet tall, is your microfiche just what we consider to be regular paper?
That's what we would consider to be fiche. Yes.
It's just fiche. Yeah.
For us, it's just regular fish. It's like how in China, Chinese food is just food. It's the same.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
And in Canada, we call Canadian bacon ham because, that's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, you mean ham? Yeah, we have that.
No present comment on the Fidgets, but your method.
My method. When you go into astral projection, you go into the realm of absolute truth. You don't.
Yeah.
When you go into astral projection, you go into the realm of absolute truth.
Yeah.
And that was met with
Yeah, but she's giving her. She's gonna explain herself here, Paul. You gotta. You can't just be one of these like Paul. Here's what we're not at Toast to Toast. We're not just one of these. We don't just chop up the interview and interject comments and be like, aha, we got you. When it's like, but if you'd let the clip play for 10 more seconds, they explain what they're talking. You pull up the context and think you've done a.
Is this your first week? Are you new here?
You new here? What YouTube are you on?
What have you done with Dave?
Enter where there is the illusion of the material world any longer, or what the Easterners call
the illusion of a material world.
Yeah.
Maya.
Okay, astral projection, and that would mean out-of-body travel.
Out-of-body travel.
All right. I've talked to many learned people who believe that's absolutely possible. Where are you traveling?
So this is
excellent way to put it, Art. Just going to throw that out there. I've spoken to many learned people who believe that's absolutely possible.
So this is days for those of you who are those of you who know mainly your time travel through movies. This is your Days of Future Past time travel method.
Yeah.
So although in that one you have to have existed in that previous time period.
I'm trying to think of. I guarantee I've seen movie. Well, or Assassin's Creed. That's the favorite for anyone who watched the games, played the games, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good example.
You can go back and you can live in the lives of your ancestors.
Yep. That's better.
Right?
Assassin's Creed's probably closer to.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Luminous Getsui,
Getsui.
Atlantis, Past Lives,
Luminous is in
Nephilim.
the Tumblr Club, if I remember right.
Oh
yeah.
Atlantis, Past Lives, Nephilim, Time Travel, Astral Projection equals bingo. Yeah, I feel like
bingo. There it is.
This would have been a good bingo week for sure.
Would have been a great bingo.
And we're only like we're not many minutes in.
Yeah, we're 3 minutes into her talking.
We are making unusually slow progress.
I wasn't flying the whole.
I know we're back. We're getting back on the horse. It's fall. We're getting back to the regular schedule.
Jay Victor made me laugh.
Jay Victor writes. Go ahead, Dave.
Do my ears betray me, or did the astral projection ladies sound a bit dismissive about time traveling fidgets? I don't think Dr. Woods would be so quick to dismiss the time traveling potential of fidgets. Yeah. And their ability to travel through time at the speed of time.
Looking askant at the
the thing we can all agree on is that Fidgets were prevalent in the 90s, and records from that area are spotty at best. So
It's true.
it's going to be
Yeah.
hard to come to any definitive conclusions. I think we can all agree that we're probably all right. Yeah, whatever you believe, it's probably true.
When you were traveling in a plane of some sort, right?
You're traveling. If you go into the plane of time, you go into the fifth dimension, which is contained within the fourth dimensional plane. The fourth dimensional plane is the plane where you might say that the heavenly worlds.
Well, I understand 3 dimensions because I can see them.
Right.
They're here in front of me. I don't. What is the 4th dimension?
The fourth dimension is
Time.
the plane. Well, you might. This is the way I explain dimensions to my students.
Yeah.
You consider
How many doctorates do you have, Paul? And what are they in?
I have no doctorates. I have
Yeah.
my PhD in in cartoonology.
Yep.
And no.
So,
but Dave, she
Mhm.
has. I'm so pleased to hear that she has students, and she's explained
Yeah.
the way I explained fourth dimension to my students.
Are you pleased that somebody has paid money, I assume, to be educated by
Someone's
Dr. Woods? Yep.
Dr. Wood. Very good. Very good. Okay.
Former interior designer and model, and
but frankly,
doctorate
I'm also upset with art because art should know that the fourth dimension is time.
Well, how do you envision there are mathematicians and physicists who would say there's a fourth physical dimension, like there's 11 dimensions that are not time, but there are different dimensions in space. So
do physicists, this is a legit question.
I mean, string theory has very
chat.
much fallen out of favor in most of physics, so a lot of that's kind of gone away. There was a time when there was,
but even when if it was the 11 dimensions or whatever the number was that was proposed that seemed most likely, I still thought the fourth dimension was time for those.
I mean, it's like that's a but it can be any dimension. Like it doesn't have to be, right? It's not. It's not in the same way that you have like your first, second, third dimension. So you have like, but with string theory, you would have now. Maybe I misread, but there were multiple dimensions, nothing to do with time, where it's like much like the first, second, third. Now you have a fourth dimension.
Oh, that these are like right. That these are like physical, spatial, folding in on each other. Things exist there. Type. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes, generally speaking, most people, when you talk about dimension, you're talking about time. That's what you add to like a graph. So you have like, your 3 dimensions in space, and then you add the fourth dimension, which is time, which is like, how does this change over time
We have super chat, very generous super chat from SJL. Welcome, SJL. I'm a time traveler. Wow, you should have mentioned this on a previous show.
Yeah, you should have called into our.
We've literally had time traveler shows, and you have not mentioned this.
Yeah, I've teleported, but I've never traveled through time.
I'm a time traveler. I travel forward at a 1-to-1 ratio. Well,
that's pretty crazy.
You must have somehow acquired one of these fidgets.
I don't believe in time.
You don't believe in time?
No, the universe is created and destroyed moment to moment, and the you that existed before doesn't exist now. Time is an illusion, as is most of creation.
Time may change me, but I can't change time.
Yet. But I've got plans.
Rosina, gently used Keller writes, string theory is math, not science.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, that's probably correct.
It's funny cool mathematical things you can go, but there has never been any experiment that has been conceived that could possibly prove a single aspect of string theory, which makes it not science in a very real way. It is not experimentable. It is not repeatable. It is not observable.
Here's the thing. It was so much not science that they had to write it out of the Big Bang Theory comedy show.
Oh, did they? Did Sheldon? Because that's right. Sheldon used to talk about string theory all the time.
So in the first X number of seasons, he was working on string theory. And eventually it got, I guess, so bad in the nerd community, they're like, no.
You got
All
to
right.
go with this coat. Yeah.
So he
It's
had
become the four humors of modern
Right.
physics. Yes.
It's like when if my mom forwards me a meme,
Yeah.
that's when we know that meme is now done. Like it's all right.
Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah.
I love you, Mom. If you're watching, I'm guessing you're not. But
Unlikely.
Yes. but yeah,
These are very foamy beers.
foamy beers.
Foamy beers.
That we have molecules in the material cosmos, and as the molecules increase in their speed and in their rapidity, they raise an octave, and when they reach a certain octave, they move into.
Let her keep going. I want to hear what this is.
Is that a way of saying octave?
I guess.
Dimension.
Yeah.
When you say octave, do you mean a vibrational frequency? Would it be like a vibrational frequency?
Yes, it's a frequency.
Yeah. Okay, that figures.
No, the fourth dimension is not frequency.
Okay, I didn't follow it. So when they reach,
we're gonna do trivia, and then I'm gonna rewind it a few seconds when we come back.
Trying to hear what crazy. I mean, insightful.
Yeah, insights. That's right. That we've got from the.
But it's trivia time, baby.
Bay.
Pay good money to watch Paul's mom watch Toast to Toast. I would too, although I actually feel a little embarrassed.
So, no, I promise not to talk about my mom on the channel, so we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying some episodes she would like more than others. Yep.
This one she'd probably have fun with us on this. Yep. Yep. Paul's mom can be very funny sometimes. Geo from NJ7377 said on your video, sometimes Matt Dillahunty beats a dead horse until it is liquid. A sentiment I actually agree with a little bit. Why would God make me a lesbian? Is it the Antichrist hotline is open from Toast to Toast AM? Is it claims aren't evidence featuring Matt Dillahunty? Or is it 4 times Matthew flubbed the Old Testament featuring Bart Ehrman? Well, I feel like, we can.
I so hope that it's number 1. I would love to be wrong, and for it to be number 1. That would be great.
Curveballs in like that. Yeah, I feel like that's the thing I would do.
Show me why would God make me a lesbian?
Ding!
Ding! The Computron is slow today. Uh-oh.
It was the obvious. It was the obvious choice. That was lazy on my part. I should have taken the comments.
That was pretty lazy on your part. I will say.
Yeah.
The potential is not being realized, perhaps.
Nope.
Although everyone in the chat, they get what they pay for.
They get what they pay for. It's true. Yeah. I do like but while it was mean-spirited in tone, I don't 100% disagree with the content of that.
It's true. It's actually,
yeah.
So as a friend of Matt's, I'm just going to affirm that it's mean-spirited and not say any more about the rest of it.
Yeah. I've never met him in real life, so I can.
All of my friends are perfect, and they never do anything that I disagree with. That's
the
way good friends. A good friend, I think you would agree, Dave. Never disagree on anything. They affirm each other on all.
They just
steps.
buy me another drink, and we'll we'll carry on. Oh, anyways.
All right, so we're gonna rewind a couple seconds.
Yes.
Say that the heavenly worlds.
Well, I understand 3 dimensions because I can see them.
Right.
They're here in front of me. I don't. What is the 4th dimension?
The 4th dimension is the plane. Well, this is the way I explain dimensions to my students. You consider that we have molecules in the material cosmos, and as the molecules increase in their speed and in their rapidity, they raise an octave, and when they reach a certain octave, they move into another dimension.
When you say octave, do you mean a vibrational
atomic.
frequency? Would it be like a vibrational frequency?
Yes, it's a frequency.
Yeah. Okay,
what
that
it-
figures. So
Did that clear things up for you, Dave?
No, so, I mean, I feel like in broad strokes, I understand what she's trying to say. I feel like the usage of the word octave is unfortunate in this, in that it has nothing to do. As somebody who, like me, has actually played and studied music and knows some musical theory, like,
But let's steelman this. So, like, she's
Okay,
trying to,
yeah.
she is trying to use it as a metaphor.
right? Yes,
So
yeah.
much-
I get the idea that she's trying to.
So
present.
much as notes have an octave, where
Yeah.
when you shift a whole octave up, you
Yeah.
are suddenly found with the same note but at a different
frequency, a higher tone, a higher pitch, or lower.
higher
Right.
tone. So I think what she's trying to say is when the frequency shifts up exactly enough,
Yeah.
that you can be in parallel dimensions at once.
Right. It's the same thing, but in a different state of being.
Do you think that's a fair steel man?
That's I feel like that's the idea that she is trying to convey. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
I do feel it's a fair steel man.
Now, having said that, that's bullshit. There's no frequency is not a dimension.
Well, so I also feel that so she is using dimension not in the way that you or I.
Oh, okay,
would
okay,
use it.
all right.
She is talking in like a multiverse sense.
Right, okay.
You know, when she says dimension, she means an entire other modality of being. She's not talking about width, height, depth.
But frequency now.
Yeah.
Frequency of what?
Molecule, the vibration of the molecule. She did say that. Yeah. Yeah.
So not all molecules in our reality don't all vibrate at the same frequency.
Oh no, but they all vibrate.
Right, but not at the same. You can't say this collection.
So to be fair, we're going to keep this going. She's not saying they all vibrate the same frequency. She's saying, it's like, so you can increase the vibrational frequency of a molecule. And once you hit a certain, in her word, octave, but she's meaning a threshold.
Mm-hmm.
Once you hit some threshold, it transitions to a different dimension. Another.
Okay. So, we'll continue Steel Man. So it is similar. Does this match your model? So it's similar to, like, we have a visible spectrum of light.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
there is ultraviolet and sub
infrared.
Whatever the other side is red.
Yeah.
So you're saying that there's a full spectrum of it, but this chunk is Paul and Dave's reality of toast to toast.
Right.
And this chunk is a different reality.
Yeah. So there is a spectrum of energy, of wavelength of energy that we can physically sense and interact with, whether it's by sound, by feeling the heat, by seeing the light. But there's vastly larger spectrums of wavelengths that are beyond any human means to detect.
Right. So now heat typically is the main way that we change the vibration of a molecule. Is that not correct?
Well, any way to inject energy into it or take energy out of it.
Right. So theoretically, we could do experiments and basically heat. We could be increasing the vibration of molecules, and eventually they would just leave our reality.
In this model, yes. Yeah.
And then on occasion, we should be seeing molecules enter our reality from seemingly nowhere.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Now, to me, where this gets super interesting, and I bet she has no clue of this, when you get into quantum stuff, this actually happens, right? Like, the small enough squelch, particles sort of move or dip, or will like be here and then they're there. What happened in between? There's some, in certain very theoretical and high, when you get down small enough, crazy stuff like that does happen. And
right, yeah,
which
don't disagree.
fully aware, believe that she has no.
No, I don't
idea.
think this was
Yeah.
well known in 1997.
No, it's certainly not, because you get them to a certain vibration and then they will dip out and
Right. Yeah,
in.
no, quantum
Mhm.
computing does not depend on vibration.
Quantum mechanics. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the fourth dimension.
So when it reaches a certain octave or a certain level of frequency, then we are in the fourth dimension.
All right. Is the fourth dimension is it additional sight? In other words, I have before me now 3 dimensions. So if I could be in the fourth, would I have 3 plus 1? In other words, would I see
Yes.
everything I'm seeing now plus more?
Exactly. It is the fourth dimension is always right. All dimensions are within us. It's a matter of attunement to those mental attunement.
Well.
Okay, so that blows away. We tried to
trying
straw
real
man.
hard.
We tried to steel man this, and she fucked it up.
She just steamrolled right through all of that. Yeah.
Oh no, we're always in all the dimensions.
Yeah, you just have to attune. Yeah.
Okay, so no, hold on.
Yeah.
Can we salvage this? So you and I were saying that
Yeah.
that the particles or the atoms would like literally leave our dimension.
Yeah.
But maybe it is more like the ultraviolet example.
Right. Okay. Yes. So it's not that it leaves the dimension. It's that it's beyond
Our range of perception.
that our mundane senses.
Yeah, we have a range of perception.
Yeah.
That can be according to the good doctor here.
Yeah.
Can be expanded.
Yep.
Situationally.
We cannot hear radio signals.
Right. Yes, another good example.
UHF, whatever, right? But we can absolutely create devices that can hear these very real signals and interpret that sound into something that the human ear can then pick up by translating it to the lower frequencies that we can
by transposing it. Yes.
See, so that's what she's talking about.
Very good.
Your antenna right. Yeah.
You and I are gonna be writing the sequel to whatever her book is.
Yeah.
We can be trained to do that. That's how the Eastern do, to attune to those dimensions through various yogic exercises and mantras and so forth.
Okay. Is this dimension, Doctor?
Is that what the pants are for? The yoga pants?
I mean,
they didn't have yoga pants back then, so no, I wouldn't.
They did in Atlantis.
Oh, that's right. The 28. Yeah. When's the last time you saw a 28-foot tall blue person not wearing yoga pants?
Yep. And let me tell you, it doesn't matter what shape you're in. Their highly advanced yoga pants would make your butt look amazing.
That's right. They were.
You look like you spend 6 hours a day on a stair climb.
That's right. Their technology was not entirely about, traveling. It was about looking good.
Well,
you hugging all the right curves. That's
like when you travel through fifth dimensional space and get wherever you're going, you want to look good when you get there. Right?
That's right.
When you reach a higher plane of being, you want to dress to impress.
The same is it connected with those?
This is probably why yoga is considered a sin in a lot of evangelical, churches. Because you might accidentally slip over to a different dimension.
Yep.
And find out that.
And they don't want you to know. It's the same reason that they hide all those archives.
That's right.
Yep.
It's not about. They just don't want you to know. That's right. Yeah, for sure.
Yep. It's all about maintaining the status quo.
Do you think the Pope can keep control over all of us if we start slipping around into different dimensions? No.
That's why we don't need Rome telling us what pants we can wear.
That's right.
Yeah.
And which oceans we can be in.
Absolutely.
Near-death experiences, that sort of thing.
Okay, that is the borderland. We call that the borderland astral. It's not all the way into the fourth dimension. If it would extend all the way into the fourth dimension.
Did I tell you that I saw Borderlands?
Oh no, did you, Paul? Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
I saw Borderlands in a theater, Dave,
Why did you do that?
because
So your
so
friend, our mutual friend Shannon, not in this chat, Shannon, other Shannon and I are like have spent hundreds, literally hundreds of hours playing Borderlands, and both of us were like, "There's no fucking way I'm watching that movie. Forget that."
so
Uh,
I spent a lot of this summer involved with soccer-related activities
yeah, soccer's a
because
great activity. It's the
because
beautiful game, right?
that's right, because stepson
Mm-hmm.
is heavily involved in the soccer
Yep.
and do a lot of soccer-related driving, which I love to do.
Yep.
It's great.
Yep.
Anyway, this was a multi-soccer day,
Right.
and there was I trust I'm not telling anything out of school. There was uh he's doing amazing, and he had an excellent opportunity to compete in something in the morning and then something
Yep.
around dinner time.
Right.
But I was going to have to drive if we were to drive home between, it was
Yeah.
going to be
No point.
uh
You drive
there's no
home,
point in
turn
driving home.
around.
And
Yeah.
it was also like, what do we want to do to kill time? And it was like,
Yeah.
okay, there's a movie theater right here. Let's see what's playing. And
Yeah.
what was playing, the only thing that was playing that was like in the appropriate, like, oh, we could go in and leave in time to make the next soccer thing,
Oh.
was Borderlands.
Oh my.
Needless to say,
Yeah.
we it was a private viewing.
Yeah.
No one else was there.
I mean, I feel like that would be your ideal movie watching experience,
Yes.
to get the theater experience without having, people
Mhm.
to ruin
It
your
was
good time.
it was delicious, but let me tell you,
If only they were showing like Terminator 2
yeah.
or Aliens or
I don't know if you've heard any of the reviews, Dave, but
Yeah, I've heard a lot.
There
I've
have
heard a
been
lot.
better movies.
Yeah.
There have been better movies than Borderlands. Yeah.
Although luckily the Crow remake has shown up to take a lot of the heat off as
Oh,
what people
yeah.
are thinking is quite possibly the worst movie of 2024. And Borderlands would have been giving it a run for its money, but apparently it's just atrocious.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the interesting question about Borderlands is, well, hey, do you think it's better than Madam Web? As soon as you're asking that question and it's a
Yeah.
legitimate question, then you're like,
Yeah.
no, that's not a good film.
That's not a good
No,
comparison
It's not a
movie.
good film.
And I mean, I could go on it.
I mean, fortunately, The
I have
Crow
a lot of
is
thoughts
my
about it.
understanding. The new Crow was actually made for a modest budget,
Yeah.
whereas Borderlands
Yeah.
involved Oscar winners and hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's and I don't, as somebody who has a deep abiding love and has played every single Borderlands game multiple times, I do not understand who this movie was made for, because everything about it will piss off the people who love the
Yes,
game.
the person I went to was also an avid Borderlands game fan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
was let down constantly.
But it's like, I could understand then if they're like, we completely hamstrung this thing to make like a good, has happened in popular culture where like we
Right.
take this like beloved comic book or whatever, but it's like, well, we can't really tell this story. Like Umbrella Academy is a good example, right? Where it's like, well, we're going to change quite a bit of it, but we're going to do it in a way that makes it a better story for this particular media that we're telling the story in, because
Or the best possible way, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, but exactly, right? Where it's like we've made some, it's
This
like some
book is unfilmed, or frankly even Dune. It's like, well,
Yeah.
this is unfilmable in its raw state.
Dune's
so
a better example. Yeah.
Transform it. No,
But
they did not do
that.
that.
But it's like everything you did also wasn't good for like, I don't understand who this movie is made for. What was it
so
was
they
made by
cast, I don't know if you heard they cast Kevin Hart.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen Kevin Hart do stand-up comedy.
So when I think of the character Roland, the character he plays, yeah, he's like very stoic. He's the straight stoic. He's the paragon. He's the Aragorn of the story. But he is also like 6'5" and giant and yeah. So let's get a comedian. Yeah.
Right. So, but they the character that Kevin Hart plays has one joke in the first
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
And then
because Roland's
right, and then is that stoic character for the entire rest of the film.
yeah.
And you're like,
Which
well,
is
why did you
why do you
what?
have Kevin Hart doing this? Although
Right.
I've heard that Kevin Hart, I don't know, is the like actively hard campaign to get this because he specifically wanted. I want to play a not funny character.
Okay.
Prove, like, because I want to do a more dramatic.
So I will say he was serviceable as an action hero for sure.
I've heard that he's actually fine, except for the fact that he's like 5 foot nothing, and it's hard. Yeah,
but serviceable. Like he's not.
But-
It's not unbelievable. There are many things that are less believable in the film than that. So, all right, we are at trivia. We are trivia time on the clock on the wall, Dave.
a lot of weird choices in that movie.
Anyway, and all that happened was someone on the show said the word Borderland, and I got triggered apparently about it.
I can't believe. Yeah, that. Oh man.
Anyway,
Poor Paul.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's not fine, but here we are.
I might have napped. I think I napped for a few minutes.
Speaking of disappointing things, man, we can talk about Time Bandits. Scott Hollinger 4684 said, "Atheists look into a mirror and say to themselves, 'Oh my goodness, I was wrong after all. God exists. There he is gazing at me.'" Wow. Was that comment on the question that stops Christians in their tracks? Was it in the human reptilian connection on Toast to Toast AM? Was it in genetic entropy? We're all doomed. Or Eric Hoven's Lying for Jesus Award?
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. See,
that was very ambiguous. No, so unfortunately I feel like I knew what your other pattern was, and I kind of know roughly what my top videos are. But
you've got a pretty good. You're giving it away for everybody.
I
was gonna start dropping hints about the pattern on about question 5,
which is about where we are.
Yeah.
Lying for Jesus is in my top 10 or so. So that's it's potentially.
But the important thing is it's not in your top 8.
That's right.
And specifically, it's not your 5th most popular video.
That's right.
I'm not gonna say if you sort by popularity, it'll give you the answers.
So also funny, as soon as you said top 8, my mind immediately went to, for just a second, to MySpace. It was like, remember how big a deal top 8 was in MySpace days?
Yes. That and animated flame gifs.
Okay, trivia clock.
Let's
get back to we'll forget the Borderlands movie. We will. Okay, so the reason that Good Doctor brought up Borderlands is because apparently you can enter some sort of multi-dimensional purgatory of some sort.
Sounds like sleep paralysis.
A waiting room of sorts.
Yeah.
Between.
Ooh, like the Red Room in Twin Peaks.
Exactly.
Yep. Exactly. It's not the lodge, but it's adjacent to it.
I mentioned they would not come back. So that's the Borderlands astral, where they have the near-death experiences. But it's very inspiring and very uplifting. And many of us do astral project there, and we meet great souls who help us.
Well, now I have to fix the clickety-clack now.
Clickety-clack. Don't you have an AI to do that?
I should invent one.
Yeah. And the microphone.
I've tried various media players. I can't. It just whatever seems to happen, no matter which one I use. That eventually, these old. I don't know if it has to do with these old media files or.
So Paul.
Yes, Dave.
I don't know if you're aware of the big news in nerd circles. This next week, a new edition of Dungeons and Dragons being released.
Yes, my son is super excited.
Yeah,
my youngest is all about it and has told me the things. Yes,
I need to talk to him because I'm talking about doing a game in the city he lives in at Christmas. A big multimedia extravaganza. Our friend Shannon has all kinds of plans. She wants me to do this big thing. We're gonna have like this big day-long thing sometime over the holiday break. And I'm like, well, we should. Also, did you know Isaac and Nathan are moving back to Calgary?
You're just saying names of people, but I guess that's
Yeah,
fine.
this is you and me just talking now, and
So yes, I did hear that, and I'm actually excited
Ooh.
about that, and I'm hoping that
yeah,
I'm
they can
hoping
reconnect
that
with
is
them
good
together.
news for everyone, and perhaps
Yeah.
even my son that maybe benefit there somehow. So, because
Mm.
apparently Isaac is
He's also he's been be like, I really want to start running a game, and he was like,
yeah.
he's talking to our Trev and Deshaun. He's like, you think Dave would like it? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, just give him my number. Tell me, I'd happy to
Yeah.
talk to him and give him advice and do stuff with him. And I've run games
And,
that he's go, yeah.
And my son has a new person living in the building that that is big into D&D as well. So there's yeah. All right.
That's one of those things. I always say, anybody who wants to play, the only way you can learn it is do it. Just get out there and do it. You know.
So you have yours pre-ordered? Is it like arriving on your doorstep? Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well,
excellent.
at the store. So here's a fun fact. It's they are releasing it in brick and mortar, only physical copies in brick and mortar stores, I think 3 weeks before it comes out any kind of digital release.
Oh wow, okay.
To kind of support.
But can you get a physical Amazon copy in the early window or not?
No, only in brick and mortar.
Oh, that's actually very nice of them.
Like, you have to go there and like you're playing games in your game store. Yep, it's not going to be on Amazon. It's not going to be anywhere online.
Is this still Wizards of the Coast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah. They've had a lot of really bad press for a lot of reasons
have.
in the last couple of years. So this is one of the things they're trying to do. They used to do that for all their books. It used to be like it came out in local game stores first, and then you would get the things, and then they got away from that. Now they're going back to try and be like, see, we support small business and we're just like you. Forget all this crazy rights shenanigans we've been trying to pull over and over again yeah. Anyways.
Super chat, Dave.
Yeah. I want to play D&D, Dave. Well, I think you should. You know, if you lived in the city I lived in, I'd say, hang on, come play D&D with me.
But also, it's a game you can,
you can play online. I don't really do the online things.
I wasn't.
People,
I wasn't going to suggest online because I think that definitely does lose something.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a game that is playable with minimal investment. By it's fun for groups. So yeah.
Yes. Someday, if we ever get big enough, we'll have some kind of like crazy, hey, if you donated the $1,000 tier, Dave will fly to your city and run a D&D game. I don't know, something stupid like that. What amount would we have to have on like a Patreon?
Well, I mean, they would have to depend on what they would. I guess at only $1,000, they would have to at least cover your flights and accommodations.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't get as far as it used to. We'd have to probably
so $1,000. That's like snacks and a few beer at this point.
Yeah. Anyways, we keep going. We got to get back. We got more Atlantis, Paul.
So that's the Borderlands Astral, where they have the near-death experiences. But it's very inspiring and very uplifting. And many of us do astral project there, and we meet great souls who help us, the angelic beings.
All right. Then Atlantis. Did Atlantis exist beyond the third dimension? I mean, is there something... Was Atlantis actually physically here?
Yes. Atlantis still exists, but it is emerged. It is submerged beneath the Atlantic Ocean at the present. However,
but our good sponsors at Ocean, they don't know anything about this.
If they do, they're not saying. There's no comment on that at this time.
No comment.
Mm-hmm.
It is on its way up now. It's beginning to rise.
And it is your contention, isn't it?
You got here. It'd be a real thing if something happened and it sank beneath the waves. But you get some ocean insurance, you don't have to worry about something like that. It
was obviously like a very compelling town because none of the 28-foot tall blue people resettled to any other region of the planet.
The ocean does thorough work, Paul.
Mm.
You can count on them. They carry a job through to completion. Mm-hmm.
None of them just moved to Milwaukee.
Nope.
that the eruption going on, the continuous eruption actually right now of Montserrat, is part of the beginning of the rising of Atlantis?
I am absolutely certain. Yes, I am. Atlantis should begin to rise very soon. We should be able they should be able to go out and on boats and begin to survey the sea bottom and see that it's rising.
Really? What would we detect first, Doctor?
Well, I've heard various stories.
I'm delighted by this turn of events. Atlantis is now rising, Paul. This is...
Is all of the sea rising? Because at that point, wouldn't just everything would stay the same, right? Like
just Atlantis. I don't know what happens if all of the sea rises, or if the land doesn't rise with it, or if it does. I
don't think that's how plates work, but that's
just Atlantis. It's just Atlantis.
Just rising. Atlantis. It's on like its own elevator of sorts.
Yeah, I guess.
No, perfect.
Teacher, my guru told me that the first thing that would rise would be the 20-mile square pyramid that's on the island of Unal. That would be the first to rise, and that will be...
This is very specific. Okay, I'm starting to feel like this may not be...
square pyramid. That's impressive. Well, I guess no matter whether it's 20 square miles or 20 miles on a side, either are impressive, frankly, for a
So two things there. So in terms of scale, that's a giant pyramid. So kudos.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. But in terms of elevation lift of landmass, that's an incredibly tiny.
Well, but so this is actually reassuring news, Paul, because as you sort of alluded at, if the entire like Atlantic seabed was going to start rising, well, that's going to have fairly disastrous consequences for every living, thing on the land, on the face of the earth. So 20 miles. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, we can. That's okay.
It's okay. I mean, obviously, ecologically, yes, this is great news. Now I'm just curious about the technology by which this is happening. It's clearly not a natural process at this point. It's going to be.
So we gotta. I'm excited.
Has she? Do you recall? Has she indicated from which landmass did Atlantis slip? Do we know?
No, she has not.
Okay, we don't know yet. All right.
Where geographically Atlantis is located. But she did reference somebody. She gave a name for somebody who's telling this, who I assume is like her spirit guide or old soul.
Oh, because she's been meeting various people in the waiting room.
Right.
Sight to behold in itself.
It certainly would. Atlantis was then a real place. What? I hardly even know where to go here. What sank Atlantis? Was it, as I suggested,
That's a good question. That's a very good question, because there's a fascinating story behind it. Atlantis was invaded by the Lemurians. At one time, both continents were holy continents, you might say, or in a state and an east.
Okay, so Atlantis, the Lemurians, Lemurians. So Atlantis didn't fall from a current landmass; it was its own continent. Right. So that answers a question for me. Okay. And apparently there was another continent that was its own continent.
Yes.
Lemuria.
Lemuria. L-E-M-U-R-I.
All right. Is this something you were familiar with prior to 5 minutes ago?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's also some people use it what's the word? Interchangeably with Atlantis.
Oh.
It's like there is another lost civilization called Lemuria. That's another ancient civilization that fell beneath the waves, and it's gone. Yeah.
I see. Fair enough. Okay.
I think I believe maybe in the Nephilim shows somewhere, Lemuria has been mentioned on the Toast.
I feel like this is where I feel like I've heard it before, but I just couldn't place what was happening. So.
And both continents. Well, first of all, Lemuria was invaded by the serpent race, or the Draconians, and they were totally taken over by the Draconians, and then the Draconians had the desire to take over the entire world, and so they invaded.
Thus the name Draconian.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so lizard people presumably are the ones behind all this. Everybody's invading everybody. This is a new twist. So I've heard Lemuria. reference, and often Atlantis is usually either in the Atlantic or like Mediterranean or somewhere like just off Europe in the Atlantic, like somewhere in that region is generally where Atlantis is thought to be. And Lemuria is usually like in the Indian Ocean somewhere.
Oh, there.
Yeah,
So,
there you go. So something like that, right? That's so they were competing superpowers at one point in the world.
I really shouldn't just click random links, I guess.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
how do you learn anything? Yeah.
We've already been demonetized.
Yeah.
Timothy Harmon writes, I wonder how many 28-foot blue bipeds with great butts you could fit into a 20 square miles.
Roughly as many as angels can dance on the head of a pin. A metric pin.
I think just statistically, people with great butts, they're willing to pack a little tighter than people with not as great butts.
There's always room for one more. That's what I always say.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Maybe we should get our if we can get our sponsor at Pants,
right?
Just if they can acquire some of this technology, from the Atlanteans, man.
Let me tell you, from what the research I've done on YouTube and Twitch, that does seem to be the way. If you want to increase your viewership, yoga pants and great butts seems to be a popular shortcut. Yeah.
I see. Well, you and I should look into that.
I've got some links I can send you for research purposes. Probably
I more meant you and I need to do some squats so that.
Oh yeah, well that ain't gonna happen. You do some squats. That's great. You look good in yoga pants. I'll just keep writing ads. Yeah, and drinking beer.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Keep drinking my calories, and you do squats. How's that sound? Division of labor.
That's right.
Atlantis and Atlantis began to fall. The great spiritual ones, who you want to call them spiritual, I don't really use that word too often. Advanced people, advanced minds and souls, left Atlantis. They foresaw what was happening. They left Atlantis and built colonies around the world, so Atlantis went into war with Lemuria, and between the two continents.
I will say, Paul, I feel like the turn of the conversation is taking we had opportunities for the thumbnail for this video that were unrealized. There's marketing.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is evidence that you and I don't preview the show, because there was gold. There was gold to be mined that we didn't know about.
Yeah. All right, AI, draw a 28-foot blue person in yoga pants with a great butt building a pyramid.
Fighting with reptile people.
Yeah, fighting with reptile, hyper-realistic style.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it trivia time already?
Trivia time.
Oh my goodness. Israel on Tenor said, criticizing Kent or any human is easy. No one is blameless. The Bible is still truth. Was that OMG? Kent Hovind was on Art Bell, Toast to Toast AM. Was it Kent Hovind, Science Guy says Star Wars is the real cult? Was it Kent Hovind's Dinosaur Scandalland 2021? Or Divine Hiddenness, Inspiring Philosophy Response? See, here I've made it a little tougher. I've thrown three.
You have indeed.
Options at you. Yeah.
Also, I was dumb.
You do a lot of dumb things, Paul.
Yeah,
I still love you.
I closed my window where my chat thing was.
Oh dear. Oh dear. That's gonna make it hard.
I will, but oh yeah, I was too late. Too late on my answer.
Too late. Yeah, boy, everybody got that 100%. Look at that.
And you even threw a decoy answer in.
Yeah.
Well
You
done.
know, nobody bid on it. Everybody, and possibly everybody, after our just straight up telling people
they've gone to
the
the
answer
cheat sheet.
key.
They've
Yeah,
they've
figured it
flipped
out.
to the back of the book, as it were.
Yep. You
Yep.
know, that's just not fun.
Oh well.
One of my favorite videos of you, although not one that is super fun to watch because it's just sad.
Oh well,
Yeah.
2021 was when it was still.
Well, there was like some of the sex scandals and stuff in that one. It was, yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, the
as
last one I
bad.
did,
Yeah.
which I think was 2022, was where
Yeah.
I was just like it took a month and it
Yeah,
was so
I
dark.
remember.
My heart felt so heavy and dark. I'm like, I just can't even do this anymore. Like,
Yeah, I remember being like, I gotta do toast to toast and stuff. Where it's like we need to cheer up my buddy Paul.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
It's just,
because
dealing with darkest recesses of human nature.
but also, and I even checked just coincidentally, I remembered that he existed this week and looked to see how he's doing. He did get his YouTube channel taken away, his primary YouTube
Yeah.
channel.
I knew that. Yeah.
And so he's on his 5th or 6th because they keep, once you're blocked, you're not supposed to start new channels.
Yeah.
So they play a bit of whack-a-mole with him on that. But
Yeah.
I was very pleased to see his view counts in the triple digits. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, you're putting out all these videos and they're getting fewer than 1,000 people watching. Good.
You know, they blocked him because they owe him $100,000 or whatever.
68,000. Yeah,
$68,000.
$68,000.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the number. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way that works.
Yeah.
Google.
You know, it's a quick way for us to get out of this bill. No, that's not how that works at all. Yeah. I don't know if you know much about it.
You know, if you were generating 68,000 a month for them, they would be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to be.
Also, they will pay you the money they owe you because that's just how, laws work.
That's right.
Yeah. They can't just shut down your channel and skip out on the bill. That's not,
yoink.
Yeah. Ways.
Astro for a $5 super chat writes, "We're not cheating. We're just astral vibrating to see the future." See?
Oh, that's okay then, Astro.
That's okay.
No, that's just science.
Mm-hmm.
That's just science.
I
feel like am I like going super janky video and sound every now and then? I don't know. Man. So I'm actually I am in the process of getting new, better internet to address some of this and other issues that I have just because my internet's been very unreliable and bad. So I'm switching to a different internet provider hopefully this month, and we will not have that problem anymore. But
okay,
what are you gonna do? Right now, we're just gonna live with it. Hey, Davis is here.
You're still the most handsome person on screen, so there's
well,
that.
I mean, that's as a matter of opinion, but yes. Oh, should we? Okay, I just have to, as a Calgary Flame fan and a Sun Calgary Sun, man, was that ever a tragedy? That's
you're gonna bring us down even further, man. Yeah, no,
I'm not gonna go into it a lot, but just when I heard this morning and went like everything about it, and to me the saddest thing was just like this happened. Like, is that
at a wedding
news because it's an innovate? Well, and it's like it's an NHL star, so this is big news and it's in a news story. But this happens all the fucking time, and you never hear anything about it. Like this kind of like just the stupidity, the loss, but it's added away everything about it. Johnny Gaudreau. For people who just, I'm not going to get into the story and go. Anybody who wants to Google Johnny Gaudreau or Johnny Hockey, and this horrible accident.
The former one of my least favorite humans on the planet until he got traded away.
Yeah, Columbus. Yeah.
He
didn't get traded. He just he just signed.
He signed it elsewhere. Just was tragically killed in a drunken driving accident. So like just don't drink and drive. Brother, don't drink and drive. That's just it's easy. Don't do that.
Yeah.
He and his brother were tragically taken in their young 30s. I think the brother
both with young families, 20s. Both with multiple kids,
and this lemon juice in the paper cut, as it were. The day before, the reason they were all together was sister's wedding, which was supposed to have happened today.
Horrific story.
It's
and just
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but
yeah.
But I feel
but
I am
it-
in solidarity with you despite future or previous
yeah, I mean, like that's just a human tragedy. That's just a
yeah,
horrible
it's
thing to
not
happen to
it's not
anybody.
good.
So
Don't
whatever.
drink and drive. That's just
Don't drink.
really like
That's
just
it's so simple. It's just
the
you
fact that
know
that is still a thing that happens now is
yeah
yeah.
yeah
Yeah.
blows my mind. Anyways, let's talk about Atlantis.
Thanks
Paul.
for bringing us
Ooh,
down even further.
I know.
And then my play button isn't working.
They devastated the world. It was
All right.
atomic war.
All right, this is pretty wild. Let me ask now about
There was an atomic war between Atlantis and Lemuria and the Draconians, Paul.
An atomic war.
Yes.
I am resetting the sound.
You're resetting the sound?
Yeah.
I feel okay, so I'm no, nuclear physicist,
Yes.
but I feel like had there been an atomic war on Earth, even let's say 30,000 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
there would be measurable
Yeah, you think.
consequences of that. Even
Yeah.
certainly in the geologic record, I think you would be like, oh wow, there's a whole lot of like cobalt-13 here or
That's
whatever.
right, yeah.
Crazy
In this
atomic, yeah.
in this particular layer in the geologic column, there's yeah.
Ironically, Mark, yes, the Draconians like from Doctor Who. That is what we are talking about. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I guess I'm putting words in Dr. Wood's mouth. She's not in any way defined or expanded upon what the Draconians or who the Draconians are. I'm assuming they're lizard people because she's calling them Draconians. That might just be their names. Maybe they're like 8 feet tall pink people with flabby butts.
Yeah.
You don't know. So that's why they're waging these wars. They're jealous.
Atlantis went into war with Lemuria, and between the two continents, they devastated the world. It was
All right.
atomic war.
All right, this is pretty wild. Let me ask now about, is it reasonable to ask about timelines? In other words,
Yes.
when did Lemuria and Atlantis exist?
Okay, Atlantis sank 50,000 years ago.
50,000 years ago.
And when it sank, some of the great beings who were the leaders of Atlantis fled Atlantis in their great cigar ships to Egypt.
So in other words, Atlantis was a highly civilized
Very highly.
continent.
Very, very highly.
Would it have been an island or a continent?
It was a series of 10 islands.
10 islands.
10 large islands.
Okay, that makes it less plausible. Why did you do
Okay.
that?
Okay, so the cigar ships. There's so much to unpack here, Paul.
All right, yeah, go for it. Go.
I mean, I
Please.
could interrupt every 30 seconds. So, I am not a geologist. I am not an expert in plate tectonics. I am not a nuclear physicist. But in my layman understanding, I do not believe that even a lot of nuclear bombs, like a lot, are able to make archipelagos or continent-sized land masses somehow sink beneath the ocean.
No, that's not how explosions work. Like explosions
Yeah.
go up, right? Like
Right. Yeah. Yeah. B, cigar ships. We just skipped right over that, Dr. Woods. What does that mean exactly? And C, they went to Egypt. What? So this is 50,000 years ago. Egypt's nothing. I mean, that's just like a place.
It's true.
It's the Nile River. I get the Nile. Geologically, the North Africa would be more or less what exists in modern day. There's not really a significant change in the geography of Africa over the last 50,000 years.
Right.
I wouldn't think. Again, not an expert. I don't know what about that particular spot would go, just because people built pyramids there later. and that's one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. You're like, wow, this is we're gonna go here and make a Sphinx. I feel like if you have UFOs and you can go anywhere on Earth, there's nicer places to go than Egypt. It's as great as
for
Egypt
sure.
was, and but it's like, nobody goes there except to see the pyramids. It's not like Egypt. It's all that great in terms of like climate and what's around there. I feel like olives. I don't know.
Also, I was giving the benefit of the doubt, saying, "Hey, I guess all of the 28-foot tall blue people, must have perished, and that's why we don't have fossil evidence and various things."
Right.
Archaeological, but nope. The 28-foot tall blue people went to Egypt.
A couple, the leaders, the great ones.
Oh, so maybe they're buried.
I'm willing to say, okay, like there's no fossil evidence, but it's like if the vast majority of this civilization did, collapse was beneath the ocean. Okay, so like we're not getting fossils and shit because this is the bottom of the ocean and literally like 95% of the ocean floor is completely unexplored. So we're like, okay, so we haven't seen any of this. This is all just down there somewhere. And like 20 of them got away to Egypt and died. Same thing. It's like that. So the odds of picking up the fossils or bones of any one of these one particular people is astronomical, right? Like the ruins of an entire civilization. Yeah, you should be able to find that, but that's gone. That's beneath the ocean. But the bones of just a guy that died in the site of
right, and also I guess the story could be they were buried under the pyramids or under the Sphinx, right?
And 50,000 years ago. Like if you aren't fossilized somehow, which is most remains do not get fossil, like there would be nothing left of that.
Right. If just the local tigers ate you. Yeah.
And your bones broke down into dust and you're just gone. Yeah. Right. Like unless in very specific circumstances, if you're not petrified or whatever, right? So see, her story checks out. Everything is that we're ticking all the boxes here. This is all adding up.
It's all the story checks out, as they say.
The story checks out.
Yep. Or at least we can't refute, or at least we can't.
Would have
we can't prove it wrong. Most importantly, we can't prove it wrong.
Yeah. Exactly.
Even if we can't affirm anything. All right.
What Plato tells us, Plato's information is secondhand. He didn't really have the information. It was theoretic more than anything, but it was
fucking Plato. Just
Plato.
Posting hearsay.
Series of 10.
He's always just asking people questions.
Yep. And talking about Atlantis.
Laid out and strung out through the Caribbean down to the coast of South America.
Okay. Did South America at that time and North America as we know them exist?
Yes, it did exist, but it was shaped differently because the great upheavals that happened during the double atomic war that happened, which caused the Earth shift, created a...
Wait.
Double atomic war, Paul.
It was a double atomic war.
Yeah.
And it caused an Earth shift.
The Great Earth Shift.
So, meaning change the... I don't know how many atomic bombs it would take to knock us off our axis, but we don't have enough for that.
I mean, well, they had better ones. And it wasn't that, like, it wasn't off the axis. It's that the land masses shift. We're talking about tectonic stuff.
Oh, I see. So this was like, all just okay.
Yeah. It's like those books in that movie about the cities that run around on tracks because the Great Wars shifted all the land masses and now cities have to move around. Borderlands, that's what it was called. Yeah. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about. It's a really good documentary. You should check it out. Yeah. We got super chats, Paul.
Yeah.
You missed one.
Oh, did I miss one?
Yeah. From Rosina.
The Oklo nuclear reactor from approximately 1.7 billion years ago is proof of an ancient nuclear war. Yeah.
Do you know what that? Do you know what she's referencing there? So there is in Africa, but there was at one time. So like there is a natural occurring nuclear reactor where there was like enough uranium that it started going critical and it's expended. But it's like they've dug it up. It's like, oh, look at this expended. There is an old nuclear reactor that a nuclear reaction happened, fission happened.
Oh, okay.
Because
Gotcha.
it just existed in the world and there was like enough water and things in it. You can look it up, Google
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Nuclear reactor.
Cool.
Yeah. And it was from like, it's like, okay, well, 1.7 billion years ago that like there was fission happening in this place, So somehow we can see that from 1.7 billion years ago, but we have no evidence of this.
But this double nuclear war.
Double nuclear war from 50,000 years ago. Yeah. When the Earth shifted, which we also don't have. I mean, it must have been. To be fair, the double nuclear war probably erased all of our maps and records from that time. So it's who can say would prove what?
Timothy Herman writes, "Hey, but 28-foot tall blue bipeds with great butts would have been breeding like crazy, right? Where are the fossils of 14-foot bipeds with mediocre butts?"
I mean, there's a lot of assumptions there. We don't know what they're. I mean, yeah, absolutely, they would have been bangifying like crazy. What with all the great butts, but and presume if they've got nuclear physics, they've probably got basic contraceptives, and who even knows? Maybe they produced by clone technology. Like,
so I mean, obviously, duh, angels are genetically compatible with humans. They have obviously they have 23 chromosome pairs. It's all.
I mean, if you were God, would you make up like a whole new genome for like
obviously, but
10 finger, 10 toed?
But we don't know about these blue. We don't know about these blue bipeds.
No,
they could have been closer to say orangutans.
Yeah.
Like, and only 98% genetically compatible. So yeah, we don't know.
Well, I mean, they weren't sleeping with humans; they were sleeping with each other, Paul.
Well, this is what. So I think Timothy's suggestion is that they found that these human.
Oh, I guess right. That you're getting the
that there was even hot, but we don't know that any humans were even hot enough to be considered. Really,
50,000 years ago, I doubt it. I mean,
because they were all just Neanderthals who didn't have very good hygiene.
A lot of hair.
We know that a lot of them just died from tooth decay, so like that's got to stink.
Yeah, and very substandard pants, if any pants at all.
That's
right.
Yeah,
nothing shaping or lifting anything. So probably, No,
the humans were probably, and maybe there weren't even Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens probably, but there would have been Neanderthals and other hominids at the time.
In much the way it's like if you're, with San Diego Zoo or whatever, like how sexy do you find the primate enclosure? That's what we're talking about.
Exactly.
And I know there's some people, whatever. I'm not going to get into that.
No,
your average Atlantean, not into that. Not wanting.
We are so very Homo sapien centric to think that all the other species are attracted to us.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, Paul. Thank you.
But not all the species are like, think that we're hot.
No,
even the hottest among us.
Yeah,
like Dave.
Yeah. Your average, wildebeest.
Your average goat sees Dave and doesn't think.
What's up with those weird round
people?
What's up with those eyes? The goat's thinking.
Yeah.
Staring straight ahead, creepily.
No matter what. I don't. Maybe just spending less time reading fan fiction.
Yeah. They're like, how many stomachs do you have? One? That's gross. Get out of here.
Gross.
It's weird. Get out of here, you weird, gross, round-eyed freak. Yeah.
Okay. We have more super chats.
SJL has a super chat.
Yep.
The obvious reason, Paul, that we can't find Atlantis and Lemuria now is that they rotated and now face the hollow Earth. I mean, and that's why they're going to start rising. We haven't done any Hollow Earth episodes, but I really want to do a good Hollow Earth.
We should find some
because I fucking love Hollow Earth. I love it. And then Rosina gently used, fully depreciated, but still in use. Keller. I saw a hat online that said fully depreciated, still in use, and I very much
Nice.
want to get that. Pregnancy can change skin pH, leading to silver infused asterisk. I don't know what the footnote is. Toilet seats turning blue. Oh, there we go. Asterisk there for its silver infused for its antibacterial. Well, there we go. I've never seen a super chat with a footnote in it before, but that's very well formatted and documented. I'm genuinely impressed with it. It's very silver pretties, but there you go. So that would be interesting if you were pregnant and you made your toilet seat turn blue. But
I guess that would be one way to find out.
Did you know that, Paul? Did you know that pregnancy can change skin pH?
I had no
I
idea.
didn't know that. There we go.
I had no idea. I've never.
One more reason pregnant. I'm glad to be a man. All my pants have usable pockets, and my skin pH never changes. Hey, you know what time it is?
Oh, I see it. It's trivia time.
Trivia o'clock. Moving on. What? I don't even know what question we're on here.
We're going on to question 7.
I think there's 8.
I think you're right.
If we agree, then why are we arguing? So what did you get me for my birthday, Paul? Fishers of Evidence 8771 said, "When did Alexander the Great cross the Rubicon?" Question mark. Was that video from William Wayne Craig destroys Paulogia? Was it from Jesus Used Stargates? Duh. Toast to Toast AM. Archaeological finds for the Old Testament featuring Josh Bowen, or 5 things Christians and atheists don't agree on.
Wow.
I feel like you should get this because you caught a lot of shit for this. You got a lot of flack. I could have picked out any one of multiple hundreds of comments calling this out.
Okay, is that something? Clearly, that's something I said. All right. Well,
you made reference to Alexander the Great crossing the Rubicon.
I never did give myself a way to actually enter the quiz, so I'm out of the contest. I'm guessing it's number 5 or number 4. I'm guessing. It's not. It's from. It's from William Lane Craig. All right.
There you go. I don't even remember the reference or like what the what the context was. You made a whole, and you kind of went on about it. It's like Alexander the Great crossed the Rubicon and went. I'm sure half the YouTubers like, wait, what? Wasn't that Caesar? What happened?
Yep, that would be Caesar. Yep, I know that. Yeah. It's obviously was an earlier video when I was less adept on these things. Yep, very good.
I mean, it's only the 7th most popular video on your channel.
That's right. That's a little embarrassing now. Yep, very good.
Well, but
so here's a trick.
Didn't go back and change it or
nope. So here's a trick, Dave. I'll let you in for those who are staying up late with us. Here's a YouTube secret. Oh, I gotta pause this before we go to the next question.
Yeah. Negative engagement is still engagement.
So yes. So absolutely, when you I don't pay that much. I used to regularly watch like here's how to improve your YouTube channel and tips on like using YouTube as a game, as YouTube as a trying to get the system. And literally they were like huge channels, but one of their pieces of advice was deliberately say something, mispronounce something, or deliberately make a mistake of some sort, so that people will correct you
because
it absolutely creates
500 comments on your YouTube channel.
It creates quote unquote organic feedback in a way that like a perfect video never can.
Have you ever read Trust Me, I'm Lying?
No.
And I can't remember the guy's name who wrote it. So this was the guy that essentially invented clickbait.
Okay.
Sort of like in the 90s into the 2000s, came up with like the whole thing of like, this is how you get people, like, and a lot of it was like, it's better. He's like, like you purposely write misleading or wrong or headlines because like getting everybody angry about like Star Wars is dead. Here's why. You know, like you throw that out there, and there's no evidence to back it up, and you make just but it's like you're gonna get 50,000 views and 50,000 comments and shares and everything because everybody being mad with you and ready to correct you is like that's I'm making 0.003 cents per whatever, and if 1 million people do this, that's actually reasonable money, and my ad views go up and all these things go up, and it's a fascinating book. It's all about like it's a very this is all of the crazy shit that that algorithms now are based on. So this predates algorithms, but it's like these are the formulas that all these use, and all of it's about like, oh no, we make you mad on purpose. We make you angry on purpose because that will generate money for us by blah, 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 and all the things that follow. So we know we're lying. We know we're wrong. I will purposely create a story that is factually wrong.
Yeah.
Because A, it's easy. I don't have to do any research. And B, there's a whole bunch of engagement that comes out of this through all these things. So there you go. Yep.
Yeah. There's a channel, I'm not going to name names, but it rhymes with rice to vino.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't think he does it, but there were definitely years ago where he literally took one word per script and just deliberately mispronounced it in the worst, like it just butchered the word in the worst possible way. Yeah, specifically to get the comments, and he'd always just play contrite. Oh my goodness, how silly of me to.
Silly of me, yeah. We'll never know who though.
No,
Go to your
we'll
take
never
it to your
know.
grave. You'll never know.
Exactly.
I just do it as a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, we don't have enough viewers. Hey, we've got a super chat, Paul, from Jester, the Lord of Fools. If we write an entirely new genome, it will be crab. Here's my hot take, Paul.
Yes, Dave?
Crab is superior to lobster in every regard. Your thoughts?
No, okay, so not just as a food.
Yeah, but mostly as a food is what I'm referring to. But also, I mean,
because I know very little about their social, how much they're contributing to the world.
Yeah,
I feel like neither are really.
How many crabs are there compared to lobsters? It's clearly a more successful evolutionary track.
Yeah. So what I will say about crab, I feel like
are 1 million times more delicious to eat than lobsters.
Okay, yeah, like I'm not gonna fight you on that, and I feel like also slightly easier to eat.
I feel like lobster is like the diamond of seafood, right? Where some, basically big businesses through marketing convinced everybody that this is the premium. Like you got to pay good money to get lobster, which are essentially sea beetles. These are fucking bottom scavenging crustacean, garbage eaters. They eat fish poop. And we have somehow managed to convince you that these are like the amazing pearls. It's very much like De Beers, where like we made you think diamonds are super rare, when really, it's like you can get diamond coated saw blades 5 for $3.
This is
somehow we can afford to do
Yeah.
that, and yet your diamond ring has to be $15,000, and it's like, what? Was there something special about these diamonds? Yeah, I guess. Whatever. The point is, this is how you. Yeah.
Well, the secret around here, I'm having now moved out east. Lobster is like what the poor kids eat because there's just so much of it.
Yeah, anybody who's actually, it's exactly right. Like you'd way rather have a really good scallop, right? Or
exactly. Yeah. Right around here, you can definitely get side of the road truck lobster for sub beef prices for sure.
I've never understood the hype around lobster, and it's like it's fine, but I don't even think it tastes that good. Like it tastes good because you can cook it in butter. Everything tastes good if you cook it in butter. That's the secret to French cooking. Add a bunch of butter and cream, and it's delicious. It does not matter what it is. You can take sparrow intestines, cook it in enough butter and cream. It's a delicacy because guess what? It tastes like butter and cream. Anyways, I gotta calm down.
I would need to bio break, Dave. So
All right. I have more angry cooking theories.
Okay,
I
so
will
should
get
I
me
just
started on red velvet cake, which is
Okay,
just
well, I'm just
chocolate
gonna put you up.
cake with red food coloring, and they charge 5 times as much for it. It's goddamn chocolate cake. It's just chocolate cake with red food coloring. Call it red velvet. People will line up to pay you $20 a slice. Makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. Anyways, butter noodles. Yes, good stuff. Hey, everybody. Did you hear about this terrible Borderlands movie, the Poma and stuff? What do we got for comments? Literal snails cooked in butter and yes, see, that's it. Cooked snails in butter, delicacy, perfect. Cream cheese, yeah, I mean cream cheese is very good. Bank range, just making movies, yes. I've been rereading. I've been going through the disc. I haven't read them for years and years, but I've been going through the Discworld novels again. They're so good. Terry Pratchett he really was an exceptional individual. Did the timer not get set? No, it didn't. It didn't get set. We've been going off, Scuzzbopper. We'll maybe just finish the last trivia question when Paul comes back and call it good. Would your fate be kind of crab overlords took over? Probably not. Probably not. Rings of Power is back. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So y'all like movies about cats? Which Discworld game, Jolo? I played some Discworld games. I don't know if I played the game that you're referring to. The Cats movie is like you almost have to watch it because it's so bad and off-putting. It's hard to describe. Just the bizarre
musical Cats, you mean?
The movie, the CG,
the movie of the musical.
The movie of the musical, like it's baffling the choices that are made in that. It's hard to describe. Scuzzbopper, The Ghost in the Darkness. I don't know what that reference is, but that actually is a very good movie. I really like that movie. Did you ever see The Ghost in the Darkness, Paul?
I sure did.
Yeah. I remember I went and saw that. They were both in the theater at the same times. Me and my buddies. I was at Bible school, went to with Val Kilmer and The Ghost in the Darkness. We're both playing. So we went to a Val Kilmer double feature. We watched I can't remember which one we watched first, but one of those movies is much better than the other one. Although I enjoyed them both. The Saint is fun it's just this goofy fun kind of. It's a
It was going to be
it's a 90s movie. It's a very.
It was going to be the new Batman, right? Everyone was trying to come up with, the Michael Keaton Batman is popular. What else can we do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But The Ghost in the Darkness is very good. And the thing about it is a lot there is definitely, this is a true story in that these lions existed and these people did hunt them and they did kill hundreds and hundreds of people seemingly for sport and fun. They just killed them and took off. It was and you can see them. I think they're in the Smithsonian. The actual the stuffed lions, the Ghost in the Darkness. They were real. They killed hundreds of people. They shot them and they're there. Yeah.
All right. Well, I understand that I forgot to set the trivia clock.
You forgot to set the trivia clock.
So I think you're right. I think we should just get to getting.
Yes. Let's just finish this off. Just hide my shame. Be done with this. What is probably an unbiased. Jesus wants you, 2607, said Paul, People want the truth, capital T, or they don't. He loves you, but will you reciprocate that in the least? This YouTuber is dead and a dog, but he can repent. That from was Jesus actually resurrected?
Mm.
It was from I shot 2 Bigfoots, big feet, Bigfoots. Was it from 5 scholars attempt my resurrection what if challenge? Or was it from Ken Ham and AIG News? Crocoduck is real.
I pronounce it ham and egg.
Yeah.
I suspected it is probably
Ham
from
and egg.
number 1, but I'm not
egg.
completely sure. Could be 3. 1 or 3. Oh, there you go. 1.
There was 1, which most people got right.
Very good.
That's
so now
it.
Now we will let the tabulation continue. See
Yeah.
who's
I
the new
feel like
member
this
of the. Given
probably
that
the last time.
I
Probably the
didn't.
last time we played this particular game.
I think so.
Well, you know, you never know unless you try, right?
You live and you learn.
You live and you learn. What we got to do again, I feel like it was it was fun and a hit, was the Paulogia comment or review from classic literature.
Yes, I think yes, I liked that for sure.
That one's significant work to do, and I'm lazy, but I should do another
right.
one at some point. Yeah.
This is giving us 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I have no idea. A lot of people are going to have very high scores.
Okay.
Pegajace.
Yeah. Pegajace. I think this is Pegajace's first win?
I feel like it is.
I feel like it is.
Definitely been a contender a couple of times.
Yeah. So
Pegajace,
congrats.
Mark both won previously.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, yeah.
But congratulations to everyone who played. Look at me. I got 4 of them right because I only voted on 4.
Yeah, thanks for see Pegajace. Because I couldn't. You know what? We were too free. We gave away the secret code key too early.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
nevertheless,
yeah,
no one else managed to get all 8. So
wins a win
with the cheat sheet.
So
Pegajace,
definitely the first couple, the cheat sheet wasn't known. So there's no.
That's right.
Yep.
So you can write me and drop me an email at paul@paulogia.com and let me know the details about where you would like your Tumblr to be sent.
Yes.
And we will get that out to you post haste.
Pegajace,
probably not post haste. I'm a little bit slow on it, but it'll happen.
But in the fullness of time.
In the fullness of time, that's right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, very good job, Dave, on the trivia.
Tumblr Club.
All right. So now we're just going to be full court stretch. We managed to make it not very far into the episode. Let's see what happens.
Upheavals in the world. There was a lot of sinking and rising of lands, and the whole landscape of the world was totally reformed. The Amazon Valley was a great inland sea at one time. And that was
the Christians out there, Doctor, believe that man showed up on Earth, about
6,000 years ago.
6,000 years ago. And you're talking about an event that occurred 50,000.
I mean,
damn it.
Some Christians.
Damn it. Oh yeah. I'm fully acknowledging that 6,000 years ago, Adam was created, and then they had a boat, and dinosaurs were on it.
I mean, he said that this is what the Christians believe. Yeah.
But she acknowledged. She said yes.
Yeah.
I guess you know what? Let's go with the Steel Man again. Maybe she was just affirming that yes, that is what some Christians believe.
I don't even think that's Steel Man. I think that's just that's what they say.
Yeah.
Years ago.
I mean, I was raised a Christian too, but I don't find this contrary personally.
Why not?
Okay. I mean, I certainly know a lot of Christians who are not necessarily young Earth creationists who find some kind of mental gymnastics or whatever to be like, no, this is. I don't know if you'd find any that are like, oh yeah, there was a nuclear war 50,000 years ago between these 28-foot tall blue giants and the draconians who were running Lemuria. That seems.
I feel like if this was being done today, they would push it way further back than 50,000 years.
Yeah.
You could have the same. You'd have the same theory, but it would be like, oh no, this was like 1 billion years ago.
Like to be fair, I guess I can't, off the top of my head, think of any verse in the Old Testament that specifically says there isn't an Atlantis. There wasn't a nuclear war between ancient. The Bible is strangely silent on the topic. So
Although,
I guess.
I mean,
Yeah.
so if you do want to, though, if she's going to go ahead and say that the 6,000 year creation story is true,
Mhm.
In that version, you're also saying that God created, like the sun,
Ra. Yes.
Significantly later.
Yeah.
So there was a nuclear war on Earth before the sun.
Yeah. The sun that
is maybe problematic. Yeah. Well,
we'll see. Maybe
this will all be creative interpretation, I'm sure.
We got a couple super chats, Paul.
We got some super chats. All right.
We got some super chats. First one's from Jester, Lord of Fuels. Boiled goose.
When I saw the lions, they were at the Field Museum.
Okay, yeah. I said Smithsonian, but I honestly couldn't remember. I knew they were in some museum somewhere. Yeah.
Dave, that was a perfect example where you said a thing wrong.
I did.
And it ended up being like getting financial gain to the show.
See, you've taught me all the wrong lessons, Jester.
Right.
Yeah. You've just reinforced my bad behavior. I'm going to keep
Remember
lying.
when Dustin Hoffman was in Star Wars?
Use the Force, Harry. This quote by Captain Kirk.
Scotty Orange. Hey, Scotty Orange. Long time friend of the channel.
Long.
Since we're at the halfway point, can we hear both of your Steve Zissou?
Zissou.
Life Aquatic impressions, like your favorite quotes. Best attempt is fine.
Do you know who Steve Zissou, Life Aquatic? No. You've never seen a Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou?
So
it's Bill Murray. It's a Wes Anderson movie. It's Bill Murray.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen it, but I don't remember.
Oh man, my favorite quote from that movie. That is one of my absolute favorite movies. I'm trying to think of my favorite. There's a lot of really good lines in it. Jeff Goldblum has some really good lines. I mean, I don't feel like I have a good impression of anybody from it. I'll try. Scotty paid his $5. Let's see if I can you know what? We'll go with but you made me the dolphin. That means a lot to me. I feel like I screwed the line up a little bit. It was William Dafoe. It's one of my favorite lines.
I could do an impression of Dave doing an impression, but that's really not what you're here for. So
that's not what you're here for. Do an impression of Steve, not Bill Murray saying, "You're gonna screw us on that one, Cubby." That's a line from that movie.
You're gonna screw us on that, Cubby?
Yeah, you're gonna screw us on this one.
Bill
Murray. Or how about French versions of David Bowie songs? Do you speak French, Paul? Just sing the French version of like pretty much a David Bowie song, and
no. Bill Murray. I'm trying to think how you do a Bill Murray. We got to channel Venkman, or whatever character he played.
Yeah, I mean he sounds the same in every movie he does. So just sound like
Venkman. or Groundhog Day or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the line?
I think it's Are You Gonna Screw Us on this one, Cubby? He's talking to Gwyneth Paltrow, who's writing an article on him for a newspaper, and yeah.
So now all that's stuck in my head is Bill Murray singing the Star Wars song. So that's what I'm going to do. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. But please let them.
I hope they don't bomb wars.
Let them stay.
Yeah. Well, hope you feel you got value
that was
for money there.
but also I have my Instagram is very weird, but one of the things that it fed me is it keeps feeding me is people who do custom action figures. Like now that if I got into 3D printing, I would never stop, because when I was a kid, the idea of being able to make my own action figures was anyway. Someone did the Bill Murray singer,
the Vic the Lounge Singer.
Vic the Lounge Singer action figure, and then put it into a very well made like Kenner thing with it. It just was delightful. It was delightful. Anyway, I need to put Life Aquatic on my list, apparently, of things I should.
It's number 1 or 2 Wes Anderson movies.
Wes Anderson movies, I want to like them.
You've liked Wes Anderson movies.
I have liked Wes Anderson. So like the new one with Scarlett Johansson.
You will like Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou.
Yeah,
you will like the Life Aquatic.
I feel like it was the hotel one that I just I didn't.
I mean, that one's fantastic. Yeah, the Grand Budapest Hotel.
Yeah, that one was just I don't know.
No,
but
the last one, the what I can't remember what it's called. Yes,
and it was Ed Norton. Who else was in it? And
Tom Hanks is in it. Hanks. What's his name from Breaking Bad?
Bill Cranston.
Bill Cranston. I felt like it was a little too clever for its own.
No, but that was actually in the realm of I enjoy these. Like I won't watch it a second time, but like I like the Royal Tannenbaum. So the
you and I saw, maybe it's what's the one with the Boy Scout troop on like the island?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Also Ed Norton,
San Diego, and really.
Yeah, no, I love that one. That's probably my favorite one.
It's very, very good. Yeah.
I keep also finding myself like not watching Pixar movies, and then like, so I'm 6 months behind, and then I will watch the thing. I'm like, well, that was just fantastic from top to bottom. Why did I like drag my feet? I didn't.
Yeah.
So same thing. So Inside Out 2 now is like taking the world by storm. When will I see 2026 or so? And I'm like, oh, that's really good. Yeah.
Someday when you have grandkids.
Yeah.
Is that should we do more Art Bell?
We will do more Art Bell, please. Yes. Where's the
Not. I guess I had to ask how not.
I'm a real open-minded person anyway.
Well, I am too.
I find ways to mesh it in, and you have to be, if you want truth. If you want truth, you have to open your mind.
I'm open to truth.
And I know you are.
Sure I am. But 50,000 years ago, there is no physical evidence to back any of this presently, is there? Or is
Art.
Is there?
Yes, they found some ruins off the shore of Florida. They found some ruins. They found a highway there and so forth. So yes, indeed, they're
a Florida, Atlantis,
off the coast of Florida, a highway, etc.
That doesn't seem like something I'm familiar with.
We need a producer, Paul. Somebody on this show that we can just be like, hey, Goldman, Google that. Google.
Yeah, that's right.
Search for highway off the coast of Florida.
I don't know. Oh, these are videos.
Anyways, we'll just move past that.
We'll just keep moving. Keep
going. There's evidence, and in some of the ancient archives, there's evidence, and as we move forward, and during the next 3 years, a lot of this is going to come forward, and a lot of the real evidence is going to be given to us. But there's nothing like seeing.
Bimini Road, Bimini. which our chat telling us. So there is a thing. I also love it's like, yes, a lot of it's in the hidden archives, the secret archives.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, where it's going to be revealed to us.
They're like, yeah, you have to be the Gnostic
Don't even
Atlantis
worry.
person.
Yeah.
For our own,
I do believe that I saw a couple of television documentaries in search of Atlantis, that sort of thing.
Mhm.
And there are people who have theories that Atlantis is located was at various parts of the world.
Mhm.
Most seem to feel Atlantis really did exist.
Well, I know it did, but I can't make anybody else believe that. They have to
Accept it as faith.
Well, look, check out this, Dave.
Yeah.
It's just a road
Yeah. Look at that.
under the water. How do you explain that,
Well,
Mr.
Atlantis.
Skeptic?
Atlantis. Paul, I'm the most open-minded person you'll ever meet about Atlantis in the roads outside of Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
to themselves. Pardon?
Accept it as faith, as one would.
Well, if you intuitively feel like it is, yes. There's a lot of people who would love to believe it did exist, and a lot of us feel the same way toward Atlantis as we do toward the Great Pyramids. There's something deep within our subconscious mind that's just drawn to it like a magnet. It's very mysterious.
So, important difference. Like, Atlantis definitely existed, and everything she's saying is true. But one of the key differences, Paul,
Mhm.
one of the key differences, there's a number, but
I have no idea where you're going with this.
between the Great Pyramid and Atlantis, is that you could go tomorrow. You could pay the money, hop on a plane, fly to Cairo, Alexandria, whatever. I don't remember what city the Great Pyramid is. You could go tomorrow. You could touch the Great Pyramid if you are willing to spend the money to do it. So that is the thing you can't do with Atlantis.
Oh,
Regardless of how much, because Paul, you have not mastered the art of time traveling through the harmonic octaves of the fourth dimension.
what though? What if?
So, like many people feel intuitively about the Great Pyramid, I don't know what that means. That's what Atlantis is like.
They're intuitively drawn to it. So I feel like you are ruling out, what if, Dave, I go to the secret travel agent?
I mean, who has the secret archives?
Who has the secret? What if I go to the secret travel agent?
Paul,
Mhm.
it's forbidden. It's secret. It's no, Mr.
There's
No.
no.
Shh. You must not. It's forbidden.
It's forbidden.
Well, I understand that. I surely understand that.
And the Great Pyramids, by the way, were built by the Atlanteans and the Sphinx.
Not the Romans.
Not the Romans. Thoth
The
built it,
what?
and
Romans? Who says the Romans built the pyramids?
What? Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to assume art meant Egyptians, and that was.
It has to be. That's
I
the
know
similar
for
to
a
saying.
fact Art
what
was
do you-
deeply invested in the pyramids and toured them and knew he knows. Yeah,
What do you mean Americans didn't build the pyramids?
yeah. Americans didn't invent democracy.
It's these were
Yeah.
things built before the time.
Yeah.
and the Sphinx. And the Great Pyramid is over a great gateway that goes into the inner world. All great pyramids, all the greater pyramids, are over gateways that goes into the inner earth.
When inner earth,
As documented in that documentary, Stargate.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Just
Each pyramid is over
each greater
a gateway.
pyramid.
Oh,
One
each
of the
greater
greater
pyramid
pyramids, I guess.
is over a
Yeah.
gateway. Dave, to the inner earth.
Yeah.
Not to other dimensions like I was teasing in the Stargate. This is to
No. Yeah.
inner earth. So definitely she is.
I wish she meant the Hollow Earth, but I feel like she doesn't. Yeah.
In the inner earth. Yeah, this is all tied in together, too.
as in the Hollow Earth theory,
Yes,
or
absolutely, I've been there.
Timothy
okay.
Harmon is.
I'm wrong. No, it is the Hollow Earth.
Mm,
Yeah, she is referring to Hollow Earth. She's been there. The Earth is hollow, and there are gates to the Hollow Earth under all of the greater, again, whatever that means, pyramids. The 4 or the 5 biggest pyramids, just I guess whatever number of the biggest pyramids, those are the ones that cover gates. Apparently, there's a lot of gates to the Hollow Earth in Egypt because they had to build a bunch of pyramids over them. Yeah.
So Timothy Harmon here with jokes.
Yeah.
Hey, Art has been to the pyramid. Romans.
I honestly feel like that was a slip of the tongue because
Mm.
Art has been to the pyramids and is a big pyramid. That's
Yeah,
one
that
of his
used to be.
passions.
He would bring that up more often than I mentioned Star Wars for sure.
Yeah, that is like
Yeah.
Art's like, I got the secret tour, the special tour. I've been through so Art knows very well that the pyramids were not built by the Romans. Yeah, I feel like he meant to say Egyptian. You know, it's live radio, right, Paul?
Yeah. Everyone flubs on the live thing.
Sometimes we say Alexander the Great crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah, that's right. We say things like that.
You can say, yeah.
So I don't know what you can say this one.
Did Dave just say whoop? Will he say it in a sexy voice? I mean, so this is an anime thing, Paul.
Okay.
This is the I will say all right, because Rosina has been a long time friend of the show. I will say woo, Rosina Senpai likes Dave son. Woo, woo. That's my woo. It's not very good.
Ooh.
See, I'm a bass by nature. It's hard for me to do the high pitched girly. It's ooh woo. You got it. Ooh woo. Yeah.
Ooh. I don't think this is a gesture that gets us anything. This gesture gets me sometimes something.
It's not supposed to be. It's literally like you touch the fingers
I'm
together.
now just doing other things.
Look up. Oh, you don't get the thing. Well,
I'm just trying to do
You're trying to get your
gestures. Not happening.
Apparently,
I broke things. Oh, there we
did.
go. Oh, there we go.
Oh, did you get it? Well,
you don't.
Whatever. You know what? Fuck your script.
Oh, you've been there.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
An astral projection, I consider that as real, more real than. Yes,
more?
I've seen it. It's a beautiful place. The northern
Yeah. Oh, goddamn monkey dancing forever.
lights are the lights from the inner sun, and from northern Shambhala, the great holy, we don't call it holy city. The religions call it.
Well, northern lights are Earth lights, aren't they?
Yes,
they
are.
surely are. There's no question about that.
They are the lights, and that's one thing that scientists will eventually learn. And then, if you recall, Admiral Byrd flew into the inner Earth, and his account of.
I know of that story.
I don't. Admiral Byrd flew into the mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the northern lights are actually light from the inner sun. Paul, scientists will eventually learn that. Not all the shit they make up to hide the truth about magnetic bullpucky nonsense. What even is a magnetosphere? Nonsense. Plasma? Get the fuck out of here.
That's just where they sell magnets.
Yep. Notice this Dave Kuhn. Yes. Yep.
Surely.
It's a beautiful story. And it's true. I've seen that beautiful place.
And it's
True astral projection.
True astral projection, yes. I haven't been there in person, but I expect to go there.
You would actually try to go to some sort of opening?
I'm working on being invited there.
On being invited? Well, one has to be invited, huh? I guess one doesn't...
we have to qualify.
Doesn't crash the inner Earth circle.
No, we can't do that. There's too many force fields.
All right, Doctor, hold tight. We'll be right back.
For anybody, by the way, if anybody in chat is curious and is trying to figure this out, Byrd is spelled with a Y. Admiral Byrd, Richard Byrd.
Oh, okay.
Yep, is one of the famous Hollow Earth accounts. Richard E. Byrd, B-Y-R-D. Yep. She's hitting all the man, nailed it.
This is if this would have been a bingo night, that would have been a good one.
Night. Yeah. Scotty Orange, who hasn't been to the Earth's any belly button. Well, I haven't, sadly.
Well, and apparently Dr. Wood hasn't either. So I'm a little bit. So first I thought that Dr. Bird knew about Atlantis because she used to work there in a previous
No,
life.
she's Dr. Wood.
What did I say?
She's a Dr. Bird.
I'm sorry.
Admiral Bird went to the
Yes, no, thank you for the correction. So Dr. Wood, it's my
Mhm.
understanding Dr. Wood used
Yep.
to like visit or live, or maybe does that mean that she used to be a blue 28-foot tall?
Well, it's been unclear. She had past lives, and she's astral projected to Atlantis and the inner Earth. But those, we
No,
could
but
be just
now
talking
she's
about
saying
two
she
different
hasn't
things.
been there. This is what I meant. This is what I'm.
To the inner Earth. She hasn't been to the inner Earth. That's right. Because there's
Oh, no. Okay. Very good.
she
So
has
she's
been
been
to
to it.
Atlantis.
So
Yeah,
obviously she's been to Atlantis.
obviously.
Where she hasn't been is the inner Hollow Earth,
Yeah,
and
the
for
inner
that she's waiting for an invitation, which is the kind. It's not
I
nice to
guess.
show up uninvited. Even
Yep.
there's got to be some kind of, if you're gonna astral project,
Yeah.
it makes sense that there's some ethics and some unwritten rules of just common decency and politeness.
Like, there's nowhere where there's a signpost that saying you don't just walk into somebody's house and help yourselves to the
Right.
milk in their fridge, but everybody understands that you just don't do that.
That's right. Exactly. It's
Yeah,
the
we don't
etiquette,
have to spell it out because
the
everybody
unwritten etiquette,
Yeah,
and there must, astral projection. Why wouldn't it have something similar?
Exactly, right? Exactly. Yeah.
Back now to my guest, Dr. Lockwood. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Let me read you the rough ones, all right? Because
Okay.
that'll cause you to respond.
top.
All right, good. This is from James in Nashville, who said, I paraphrased what he said. He says, Art, this is all convoluted BS. She has done nothing more than take similar elements of both Western and Eastern mysticism and incorporated them into a set of beliefs to fit her fancy. What we need here is proof in any form or fashion. How do you respond to that?
Okay, I did give methods of proof.
That is a rough. That's a little bit more pushback than he normally gives.
Well, because I feel like Art is like, this is all
But-
nonsense. I'm not gonna say this, but I'll read
That's
it
right. I
back.
think that's right. Someone sent him a fax that allowed him.
Yeah. But
So,
immediately he said, I love a response. Well, I did give multiple forms of proof.
Yeah,
It's like,
well,
did you? I feel like
Did you?
your definition of proof is very different. You saying you experienced multiple things that back this up is maybe not the proof that you think it is, or that the students in your class at your Institute of Higher Learning would acknowledge as proof.
it is a higher learning because they made very great pains to tell us what the elevation was of it for some reason.
Oh, I thought you were going to say higher learning because they're all whacked out of their mind on.
No,
PhD.
I was for some weird reason Art was giving us the elevation of the school.
Yeah,
at the
give us
start. I was like,
whatever
why?
7,000, whatever it was, Colorado, because he happens to know what the elevation.
This is
of Colorado
this is an odd detail for recruiting. Okay.
Told
Yeah.
you to get out there and research. You're going to find the correlating.
All right, where does a beginner begin?
Well, you
She was early on the do your own research train.
Yeah. Good question. So, Art, where does it begin? How tell us what's the step?
Secret archives will
Yeah.
be the answer.
Yeah, go to the secret archives. That's step one.
go to your public library.
And
Start studying Atlantis, ancient civilizations. Study Thoth, the Atlantean. Study the ancient. A lot of the ancient mythology. In fact, all ancient mythology is based upon truth, and it's the way they preserve
In fact,
the truth.
all ancient mythologies are true or based on truth,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of how contradictory they may or may not be.
So let's just accept this as a premise for a minute.
Uh-huh.
That all ancient mythology is based on true things.
So the premise here is that there was, previous to the oral history that ancient mythology is based on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can agree that ancient mythology is based on oral history that at some point became written history.
Correct.
Right? So in various cultures around the world. So what are they talking about? They're talking about things that happened in some way, shape, or form before there was written history. So we're telling these stories going forward. So they're all based in some way or fact on things that happened, right?
Mhm.
Okay, that's a reasonable
Yeah.
supposition, right?
So yes, so that's where I'm going along with. I'm willing to again steel man up to this far. I still say that
Mhm.
even if I'm granting that all mythology is
Yeah.
grounded in truth,
There is some truth somewhere.
this is not helpful to pinpoint me to how to learn about Atlantis.
We'll just read about ancient civilizations.
Not all mythology is Atlantis adjacent.
Go to your library, ask the librarian, I want books about ancient mythology, because this is pre, Google. This is 1997. So you can't just like
Yeah, you're card cataloging this, absolutely.
Yeah. So you go to the librarian. They're helpful. They're wonderful. Can't say enough good things about the hard workers at libraries and all the things they do.
They're on
at the
strike here
library.
in Nova Scotia, and I
Oh,
support
are
them
they?
fully.
Oh,
Yep.
there you go.
Yep.
And say, I want to learn all about ancient civilizations, all the books you have on ancient civilizations. When they hand you a bunch of stuff about Mesopotamia and Yangtze River, and maybe the Maya or Olmecs, you throw that shit right back at them and you say, this is garbage. This is nonsense. I said ancient civilization. I want the secret archives. I want the truth, not this bullshit lies.
Not this popular drivel.
This papist propaganda. Make sure you use those words.
That's right.
Don't spit.
You may as well be giving me Twilight as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
That's right. Yep.
What is this? Your slash fic? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
And then when you've proven that, like, no, you know the real score. You know the deal, right? You know that the rings are too small around the bottles, and the carnies will respect you. And they'll be like, this guy, he's got the touch. He knows the real thing. He's kayfabe. And then they'll take you to the secret archives, which are in the back of every
I'm just saying, obviously,
yeah,
there was a Battle of Troy. Obviously.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like learning about the Battle of Troy is going to be Atlantis adjacent.
How many mythologies, cultural memories reference a flood, a great flood of some kind, Paul? Because it happened.
Well, that's broader Gilgamesh. I'll give you that.
Right. Ergo, you're going to give me everything. So you've cracked open the door, and now Atlantis. Blue skin yoga pants.
All right.
Yep.
Rosina writes, thanks, Dave. For what it's worth, Uyu is a furry, not an anime thing.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm roughly equally versed in both things.
I'm certainly more versed in one than the other. Although I'm aware of furry and scaly culture, but can't say I'm a participant. But you know what? If it makes you happy.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Fill your boots, as they say in Saskatchewan.
As they say in Saskatchewan, fill your boots.
Down through the aeons of time.
You, Paul. If you, what would your fursona, as they say, your fursuit, if you had to have an animal version of Paul, what would your animal be? What would your
yeah, so entirely uncreative.
Yeah.
But Panther would have to be, right?
I mean, it's pretty good. I think
just straight up Black Panther.
I feel like, polar bear. I would stick with polar bear.
Yeah. So I would want to. So I would want to do like an homage. I mean, tiger in a black T-shirt would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did that. I don't even remember where that came from. Where the tiger and polar bear. I feel like we sat down and talked about it. Like it was.
We absolutely did, and we were obviously drinking because.
Well, I mean, if we were together, we were drinking.
Yeah. So there was. But it came together.
Now 98% of chat's just like, what the fuck are they talking about? Yeah.
But it came together so quickly that we never talked about it again.
Yeah. It was just the
Like,
thing.
it was just like, yes, this is what we're doing. Some reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
There was no like,
to be
hey,
fair, we thought you were going to be dead in like 3 weeks.
we
so,
did.
We were.
It was, you were pitying me and very much was like, yeah, we'll fix this in post when he's gone.
He's gone. Oh,
Hmm.
I can't remember. I don't think you had your cancer diagnosis when man, I can't remember. That's too.
Well, I definitely had.
Had you when we started the YouTube after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Boy, we just keep every time we're like having a good time, we just like keep.
That's like bring her down.
That's actually because you beat cancer, and here we are many years later, and still going strong. Yeah. You know.
Soon it will be. Well, I mean, not soon. It's like 8 years or so since I got my first diagnosis, I think.
Yeah. Hey, Quasimodo, who's been a member for 12 months, Paul. That's a year.
Yes.
In the old money.
Mm-hmm.
Merry Dave Day. 28 days later, the Dave will rise, and it will be the dawn of the Dave. The walking Dave will wake the undave and feast upon the Paul. Nostradamus wrote about it. The Atlanteans knew about it. The secret archives talk about it. We will feast on the Paul. Soon all will be the Dave.
Soon all will be the Dave.
All will be the Dave. This is the way.
But you have to go into the ancient
what are you
history
starting to
teachings.
think? We got so many more super chats.
Oh,
Scotty
sorry.
Orange. Yeah. Just calm down there, Turbo. All right. Scotty Orange has super chatted for $5, Paul. $5 real. Can we make it a thing that when it's not a bingo show, you both intentionally bring up things that are rare bingo squares? I mean, yes.
That's kind of what's happened tonight. So yeah.
It certainly happened tonight. Yeah. I don't even know what a rare bingo. I'd have to look at the bingo list and see what's kind of.
So the squares are not rare, but there are things on the squares that are less frequent than others.
Yes, and there's like, I can't remember how long there's like 60 things or something like that. Like there's way more. There's enough that no two bingo squares will be the same because there's more. And that's the way it goes. Yeah, I don't know, but yes, we enjoy jerking our audience around, and so we will reference things only on non-bingo nights, and then on bingo nights, none of that's coming up.
These are happening.
None of that's coming up.
Timothy Harmon writes, "What the f are they talking about?"
I mean, it depends who they are. Too many pronouns.
I don't know precisely when this came in.
Yeah, do you mean you and me or Art and Dr. Woods? I mean, there's a whole bunch. Oh, possibly Panel to Frame. That's like when we got into our whole thing about the polar bear and tiger and didn't go into anywhere. Yeah,
our furry personas.
Fractal, yes, at the time. Yeah, and Paul's cancer diagnosis and a whole bunch of things. It's all out there.
It's all good. It's fun. It's a fun show for Friday.
Fun show for fun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
you can't be.
You have talked about in length your story of your deconversion and your whole journey and everything. Yeah, you can go check out Paul's channel. You can use the views. It's not doing too good.
No, bump some new items into the top.
Some engagement. Point out where he's wrong. He said Alexander the Great crossed the Rubicon.
You can't trust me on anything.
You can't trust him on anything. Yeah.
Afraid of the metaphysical teachings. You have to be incredibly brave, courageous, and don't let your religious calling get in your way. If it's strong enough, it won't interfere anyway. So I give you many good methods. I wouldn't believe anything that I did not prove for myself. I've been in this work for 40 years.
I mean, that's actually just the way psychology works. You can't believe anything that hasn't met your own burden of proof. Is just sort of it's a tautology, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
I've studied extremely deeply every day. I have my nose in studies.
All right. If I were to come to you and I say, all right, fine, I want to investigate this. I do want to learn more. give me the title of the first book I ought to read.
First book you ought to read. Oh dear, that's a good question.
See, this is a more helpful question than just
Yeah.
go to the library and ask for.
Yeah. So Art's drilling down. See, this is he's a good investigator.
Good job,
he's a good interviewer. He's like, okay, let's give me a specific something.
Exactly. This just
the
go
name
ask
of
for
an
mythology
actual
and wink.
Yeah. Harder book.
Well, you start. You go into the libraries and get yourself some information on the secret societies of the world. I'm not talking about
That's not
what's
a book
happened
name,
to all like that. I'm talking
lady.
about some of the other societies, and a lot of them will have some of the ancient teachings. Many of them have their own publishing companies. The society that the Philosophical Society, which was led by Dr. Helen Blavatsky, the Philosophical Society, the secret societies. You will find that they have preserved a lot of the ancient teaching, very excellent book form.
Okay.
That's one excellent way to look for them, and then go ahead.
Not a book name.
Yeah. Nope. Just more
No.
kind of
It's
general
just go to
platitude.
the Philosophical Society, but not the regular one, the secret one.
The secret one. Yeah. Yeah. Which ones? Well, you'll know when you find them. No. Yeah. Okay.
I want a book name.
Yeah.
I want Chicken Soup for the Soul for Atlantis or whatever it is.
Yeah. The secret.
Atlantis for Dummies? Is Atlantis for Dummies any good?
You've read books. You must be able to reference at least one book that has useful information. Nope. Okay. Maybe Art will get her to, hold her feet to the fire a little bit.
Yeah.
And correlate materially, mentally, everything you can find. Ancient Greece, the entire Greek alphabet is the story of the rise, or let's say the beginning, the rise, and the fall of Atlantis.
Is ancient Greece the same?
This is the look at the trees argument of Atlantis.
Yeah.
It's like, no, just are you familiar with the Greek alphabet? How can you doubt Atlantis? Like I'm missing something. There's maybe some dots.
Yeah. In what way? In what way is the Greek alphabet?
That's right. Yeah. So,
and if you say to me, because alpha is the beginning and omega is the end, it's like, yes, because that is the beginning and the end of the Greek alphabet. It's not. Okay. Anyways.
Okay. Yep.
This is the Nephilim guy all over again.
Same as present day Greece?
No, the ancient Greece was a colony
of Atlantis. All right.
Yeah.
First time caller line.
Ancient Greek, of course, was a colony, even though it sunk 50,000 years ago.
Yeah. And ancient Greece.
You're on the air with.
From like.
So what? 400 BC.
25. Yeah, like Greece really got going. I'm trying to think. Not even 3,000 years ago. It would be
no. It's like 400
like
BC or 300 BC. Like right?
Yeah, that like sort of the Athens, Sparta. What's I can't remember the country that Macedonia. That's where Alexander the Great. All that. Yeah, that's much more. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, Brian. Brian is too sober for this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe
good for you, but yeah.
We've been clearly demonstrating on this channel, some of us more than others, how you handle this content, and you handle it with 4 beers and 3 triple rums.
Dr. Wendy Lockwood, hi.
Hi, Art. This is Russ near Chicago.
Yes, sir.
I have a problem with the society or humanoids in the caverns of the earth. I take it that they are breathing and eating. Where do they get their supplies? What do they do with their waste?
I see where you're going. Hold on for a second. All right, Doctor. Are these beings within the earth, beings as we understand them, physical beings with needs?
Their needs are somewhat
different.
Yeah.
Could she explain that?
Well, some of them are reptoid in nature, and they don't eat too often, for one thing.
What?
For another.
Okay, so there's a whole bunch of we can unpack want to get into like if there is like a giant cavern system or a giant hollow cavern in the interior of the Earth, like it's not like the Earth is filling up with waste or like we're talking about.
I agree. I don't think where's the poop is a big gotcha that the callers. Oh,
That's the
the callers
problem
got
with
him now. Where's the
what
poop?
are they eating? So there's things that live under the earth now continuously that like they eat fine. They're fine. You know, there's like the whatever worms that live in sulfuric vents at the bottom of the ocean, miles and miles and miles. Believe they live off of crazy ass chemical reactions. That it's okay, whatever. That's your thing. It's like what are they eating? There's no corn down there. What are they? What are they gonna do? That doesn't make any sense.
And even less sense is where's the waste? Because it's like no, the whole Earth is hollow.
What? What? That's out of all of this,
and would still biodegrade. Yeah.
Well, I was with you up to this, but wait a minute.
That's right.
Where's all the worth? And they've been down there for 50,000 years. Where's the poop going? Somebody better explain that too. Yeah.
Scotty Orange, thank you, Scotty. Writes Money on. She is actually a librarian in disguise. That's right.
Yeah.
And she needs to. She doesn't like specific questions at her library. She likes vague questions.
Well, you just have to feel it out.
Can I interest you in the Greek alphabet?
Yeah, the answers are all in there. So, figure it out.
When they do eat, they're cannibalistic.
These are intelligent beings.
They're intelligent, but they're diabolical. They're not evolved spiritually.
Archie also mentioned that.
Wait. They're diabolical. These are devils?
Well, they did have that double nuclear war, Dave.
I guess. They were draconian. Okay.
Draconian is another word.
Diabolical part of it.
Draconian is often used as a negative connotation. It's like that's a draconian plan you got there.
Well, so to be fair, there's two connotations. There's draconian in that it's like the context you're using it, like draconian punishments, draconian laws.
Yep.
It can also mean physically resembling a dragon, like a lizard person.
I understand that right? It's a double entendre with very little tingling. But
interestingly, and I want to look this up now as somebody, I have a deep passion for word origins. I don't know where draconian, like how it came to be ascribed to like heavy-handed and overly harsh punishment and things, right? Like how that what the etymology
that is the etymology, as it were.
As they were, as C.S. Lewis would say. That's an interesting question. I'm not going to Google it right now because we're in the middle of a stream, but now I'm genuinely curious. Okay. How did that come into it?
So they have unevolved souls was the other bit of little tidbit that we just got there before I hit pause. They have souls.
They had unevolved souls, yeah.
But they have unevolved souls.
Well, here's an interesting point, Paul, in chat. Clifford, the Alpha and Omega Dog Newsletters, has said, wait, you're both Canadian, which is true, but you didn't pronounce vague like Vice Rhino or Logicked. I don't know how they pronounce it.
I have no idea how they pronounce. Do they pronounce it Vagu?
I don't know. Every Canadian I know says it like vague.
Yep.
How do you say vague?
I have a vague notion that we all pronounce vague the same way.
No dude to boot it.
We're highways down there, so evidently they are using vehicles of some sort, and they need supplies and so on.
You can find American Ford Taurus down there if you want to.
You could find an American Ford Taurus?
Yes.
I mean, I'm guessing that's true. Somewhere in the ocean is a Ford Taurus.
Oh, I guarantee that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. And I'm even thinking of the 90s Ford Tauruses that were just butt-ass ugly cars. Oh, my God. They were the worst of the 90s.
But that doesn't really help her point, per se.
Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from. This kind of came out of nowhere.
I mean, if you found a 50,000-year-old Ford Taurus,
yeah, then I'd be.
Then we'd have something.
Yeah.
Indeed, you would. Those highways are vast. Those were places.
Well, indeed, nobody knows where a lot of cars have gone.
I would say.
Okay, Archie answered my question. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you.
Did she? You had questions about where does the poop go and who's driving on these roads, which I don't feel are great questions.
No, and also weren't answered.
Not answered. Definitely not answered.
Well, here we go. Paul, Curious Nerd K has said in chat, I mean, I haven't verified this, but I have no reason to doubt them. Draconian from Draco, a 7th century BC Athenian legislator, so we were talking about Athens, 7th century, there we go, who created a written code of law. His code was intended to clarify existing laws, but its severity is what made it really memorable. Well, there we go. Hopefully that's true, because that's good facts. So
why not?
Unrelated,
we don't
dragons.
Apparently, this is the show where no one fact checks anything. So sure,
no one fact checks. This is the show where no one fact checks anything. Because
all other shows are very
diligently fact checked in modern media.
We're the only show on YouTube that has that disclaimer. May not be fact checked.
May not be fact checked. Probably not true. I think we just straight up say that. Yeah. Oh, you didn't believe this. I remember an Onion story from I don't remember how many years ago, where Subway executives horrified when they realized single people are eating the 12-inch large subs. They're like, "Oh, this was intended for a family." They're like the whole thing is like, "We're so sorry, we didn't realize you're not supposed to eat this by yourself." Oh my God, we made a terrible mistake.
I love it. That's so great.
Please stop eating our large subs. And it's just the genuine horror in these Subway executives realizing
you're doing what?
People are ordering this thinking this is a meal intended for a single human being to eat.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, the Onion.
I don't know if single people eat crackers. And frankly, I don't want to know.
Divorced people. Yeah.
Divorced people eat crackers.
Yeah, I don't know if divorced people eat crackers. Frankly, I don't want to know. Yeah.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Lockwood. Hello.
How are you doing, Art?
I'm fine.
Dr. Lockwood. I have...
Congratulations to us, by the way. Despite how slow we've been going, we got to calls.
We got to calls. We've actually, because there's been big chunks where we kind of just shut up and let more than maybe normal. I don't know. How many minutes are we?
We got to calls, though, and that's what the best
we got
part
to calls.
usually.
That's important. Let's not get bogged down in numbers. We got to calls.
Don't worry about who killed who.
Let's not worry about who killed who and what's dropped in the ocean. Let's just...
a brief comment and a brief question. First of all, I'm a remote sensor, and it's my personal belief that beneath the earth, we're renting out, or not we are, but another alien form is renting out a very gigantic warehouse, but a very small percentage of it to a lower life form biological robot, and that these are the ones that do most of the work and run around, and we see their UFOs most of the time. And
why?
Oh, this is okay.
So, if it's not obvious to everyone in chat why this is the best show that was on the radio.
Oh my God, I love Art Bell. I love it. This is this is
a classic. Yeah,
we finally got into the this is why you and I love this show.
Yeah,
because
the caller is like, hold my beer on.
It's my personal belief. Just throws out the craziest shit.
It's my belief.
Anyways, my question is
someone, we don't know who these landlords are, is renting out the inside of the earth.
Yeah. to
lower life form robots.
Biological robots.
Who are indeed doing the work, which makes me Why are they paying rent?
Well, that's how they're.
Why are they doing the work and paying rent?
And that's the UFOs we see most of the time.
So that's just the UFOs people said is what the technologically inferior biological robots
Oh, yeah.
have
Here we go.
spaceships. All right, but that's just his comment, Dave. That's not his question.
It's not even the question. Just I'm going to throw this out real quick. I just got to get my.
Just gonna throw this out here.
I got a quick synopsis of my newsletter that I mimeograph and leave at Kinko's for anybody to pick up that they want.
Join my Substack. Yeah, here we go. All right.
Yeah.
And do you agree with that? And what order of...
One question at a time, sir.
Okay. Well, that was a comment.
That was quite a serving.
That was a comment.
You do agree with that, Doctor? She agrees.
Okay, and my question is, do you believe that there is only one form under the ground and that the installation they work in is a robot warehouse? And listen off the air.
No, there are multi...
No. I agree with your first thing without question.
No. This is not just one form underground. Are you crazy?
Your first thing is an obvious yes. No.
Yeah. I mean, in broad strokes, I agree with the general thrust of your research, sir. But I think if you examine the data in the secret archives in the books that I probably can't name, you'll find there are many different, species of organisms working below the earth, beneath the draconian ball. It's
the inferior biological robots are but one of many tenants.
Yeah. There absolutely is a warehouse with biological robots flying UFOs. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we can all that's
sure. That goes without saying.
Any, cursory examination of the evidence would reveal that. But
we're here for a more in-depth analysis than just the shallow take.
Yeah, not your closed-minded, agenda-driven, pro-robot, anti-Lemurian agenda, sir. It's become quite clear what you're trying to push, and we are not going to support it.
Many of different varied races, and those races vary far more than we here on the surface in their appearance. They don't get along too well either. We get along just fine.
Paul, how many races, I guess, would you say there are on the surface of the earth?
Well, I mean,
how many billion?
That's a very tricky question.
Yeah. I guess if you're talking specifically about humans, that narrows it down. If you're talking about things that live on the surface of the earth, well...
Oh, sure. We have millions of species.
I would... Billions?
No, there's not billions of species. There's millions of species.
Between bacteria and everything?
No, I mean, it's in the tens of millions, but it's not up to 1,000 million, right? Like
not even 100 million?
I don't think so. But
fair enough.
Now, if you're talking about ones that have ever lived, like I was talking more of extant ones. Yeah, if you're talking about ones that have ever lived, you might be in the billions, yeah. And that's just species. So race would be different. Race would be just like within the same species.
Yeah.
Other variations. So then you are definitely in the billions.
Ooh, apparently there's actually a fair bit of controversy over how many species there currently are on the surface of the earth.
Oh, I see.
And a lot of it breaks down to how you define it and what you go.
Well, that is a trick, right? Because species is what's meaningful in one phyla is not necessarily meaningful in another phyla. So,
but we're cutting off the truths here, Paul. We're getting into the deep truths. Yes.
Compared to them and the variations of our races. In fact, we look just alike compared to the differences they have. There are many very, very extreme looking races. Some of them that have several arms and several legs. And
really? All right, Doctor.
Her biggest dream of variations
goes
to Some of them even have different numbers of legs.
I mean,
and arms. As many as several.
That's how you get a different species.
Mm. It's like the least
What's the difference
imaginative.
between Paul?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between a centipede and a millipede?
You got me there. The number of limbs.
Yeah, so that's what the difference between species are.
So that's right. Because obviously, I feel like if you came up to someone, and they had 3 arms, you might say, "Hey, this might be at least a different race than me."
I'd say this person has a fake arm. But if there's a whole city full of people with
right,
3 arms,
that's right, yeah,
I'd be like, "Oh, you're a different species."
Mm-hmm.
This is what I would say. But I would say it in a nice way. I wouldn't say it in like a, "Oh, you're a different species." I'd be like, "Oh, you're a different species, and I want to know more about you."
That's right.
Yeah.
And where do you get your yoga pants?
Where do you get your yoga pants?
Because because your butts look great.
Being so tall, doesn't it hurt your backs? I would say. Don't you have like knee and hip problems?
Well, we don't know if these. So she wasn't necessarily saying that there's different numbers of heights. We just know that limbs varies.
Right. So I guess the 2 variations of species would be number of limbs and height and skin color. If you're like several factors of height taller. So we're not talking like 180 centimeters versus 195.
Right. Yeah. No. Because exactly.
No.
It's
that's just, bell curve.
Right.
But
exactly.
if you're 20 feet versus, 5 to 6.
Like don't throw any 7-foot tall person at me and say they're a different species.
Yeah. That's just an NBA.
Get out of here. Yeah.
Get out of here. Yeah. There's the door. Get out. I will say.
We want at least double. So I feel like if I saw a 14-foot person,
quadruple. Yeah.
But if I even like let's it's on the double, it's like I saw a 14-foot person, I'd go, you know what?
Yeah.
There's probably something different about that person.
Yeah. And if they were blue?
And if they were a different color? Yeah.
And if there was a whole 10 islands full of these people.
Right.
And every single one of them, like they got like watermelons stuffed in their hindquarters, like just curved.
That's right.
Hurt is a word I would use. Just delightfully shaped.
Bouncing quarters off of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, so that's clearly a different species, I would say. Blue, tall, and delightfully curvy in all the right places. Right. Yeah. Like an Olympic gymnast. That's what we're talking about here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Scotty Orange with a $2 super chat. PSA, public service announcement. Get a library card from your local library.
When was the last time you were in a public library, Paul? I'll skip to the end. I can't remember the answer to this question.
Oh, no. So for me, the public library is where I did a lot of writing.
Yeah.
That whenever I would do writing for either the comic work or for other stuff.
The last time I was in a public library was picking you up at the library when you were writing Neozoic, and then we went to like watch a movie and drink.
There you go.
That's the last time I was in a public library. Before that, when I was in high school, that's the last time I was in a public library. Yeah.
Sadly, the public libraries here are a little bit too far. So I otherwise I would definitely like go on the regular because I did
that's because of the incredible illiteracy rates in your home region. Sad.
Yeah, we're too busy eating lobster.
I lost a trivia question. It was about the bridge to PEI. So I thought the bridge to PEI was from Nova Scotia to Prince Edward Island. I was wrong. It is not. I was sure. I knew. And then obviously it's from New Brunswick, and it's like, I didn't know that. I thought you could drive from PEI to Nova Scotia and they ended up losing me a trivia contest.
Wah, wah, wah. I'll have to take you on that trip sometime. It isn't actually that far.
No,
from here.
All your provinces over there are so tiny.
Exactly, they're wee.
Yeah.
In the Southwest, particularly in the Taos area, there has been a noted hum coming from the Earth. A loud hum. It's bothered a lot of people. Actually, here in Nevada, I think I've told this story several times, but I had a very good friend over on the other side of the very valley that I live in here. It's called the Pahrump Valley. Mm-hmm. And he built a porch. And when he did, he sunk the pillars for the porch, into the earth as support. And when he did that, every single day, day in and day out, night in and night out, worst of all, there was a hum and a vibration that vibrated his whole home to the degree...
Into a different dimension?
No.
That he couldn't sleep. And actually, I watched it. So it was no joke. This guy tore this porch down.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that.
You do?
Yes, I do. I think that would be great material for the remote viewers to work on.
Oh, in other words, what is below?
Yeah, the source of the hum. In my own...
Maybe there's a book you can't reference about it.
Why are we assuming that there's a sentient being involved with the humming?
Nobody said anything about a sentient being. There's just
remote viewing doesn't. Well, okay, I guess
remote viewing doesn't have anything to do with sentience. It's just.
No, I guess you're. But you can't. Like they have direct viewing. The person knows where the porch is.
Yeah.
I don't. Remote doesn't get us anything.
What's your definition of remote viewing?
Well, isn't remote viewing where you are you're in one physical location?
Yeah.
But you're observing events in a different location.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, someone from a whole different location.
Yeah. So she said,
can't look at the porch and say, "Well, now I know what it is."
No. I think she's saying someone remote viewing should look under the earth in this place to see what's causing this hum. Could be sentient. Could be, who knows what.
But I guess my point, I don't understand why that she would assume that it was apparent just by observing, no matter what the cause is.
Oh, because she knows all the truth. You just see it through your remote viewing, and it's true. So you see the inner Earth, you see Atlantis, you see the cigar ships from Atlantis that went to Egypt and Greece, and founded colonies that apparently turned into Stone Age, reverted to barbarism, and then somehow formed Greece again because her time frame is.
That's right. Yeah,
there's a 50,000 year gap in there. But you know what? That makes sense. So this colony lands, but there's not people, so we lose all our. It's like Battlestar Galactica, right? Where people landed on Earth, but we don't got all our cool space shit anymore because we flew our ships into the sun for reasons that are completely not explained in the show. So we all revert to essentially.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, for a TV show that aired 25 years ago, whatever.
And it was the bad episode. Ideally, you would watch it
and stop.
Yeah, ideally you would just not watch the end. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like Lost. Just watch the first 4 seasons and then just
exactly. Yep.
Pretend that it was canceled and they never made anymore. Yeah. You'll be happy.
That's the true gift of time travel. If you can go back in time, just stop yourself. Don't see Highlander 2. Just don't go. Yep.
Although some of the later Highlander stuff is actually
but not Highlander 2. Highlander 2 is terrible.
Highlander 2 is. I mean, you should see Highlander 2. It's entertaining in
it isn't. It can't be.
It's the peak of this is so bad it's good.
It's far worse than Borderlands.
It's so.
I feel like Borderlands is an Academy Award winning piece of art compared to.
That's the thing. I feel like Borderlands is in that. It's good enough that it's not. It's just bad. There's nothing.
No, that is the problem with it. That is exactly the problem with it. Is it's not obviously terrible.
Whereas Highlander 2 is so obviously terrible. You could be you can just watch it, and it's like watching it. You're just like, what the fuck am I watching? They're aliens? This is Sean Connery's alive again? What the hell is happening here? None of this makes any sense.
Right.
And somebody thought that this was a good idea. Anyways.
Right. It would be similar to like, yeah, you made hey, we're making a sequel to Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
And in the sequel, he's a superhero.
Yeah.
Turns out like, but why? Why does he have powers? Like this doesn't extend anything.
Yeah. Actually an immortal, like
right.
God being, and his mom didn't have he adopted him, but he was actually an adult the whole time, even though you clearly saw him as a child before. But he was actually an adult the whole time.
Yeah.
And Greg Kinnear is his arch nemesis, and he has to at the end battle Lieutenant Dan for control of the quantum cube.
Yes, I feel like this is an apt analogy. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what? What? And Jenny is alive again. That would be, and also Jenny's still alive. And we're never going to explain why she's still alive or how.
We will not address it.
Yeah,
and she's played by a different actress.
Yeah, she's just here. She's just here. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, and she's now played by Megan Fox. The end. No further.
It's just an educated guess. There's probably some pretty vast caverns down there, probably just loaded with great computer type machines that are
computer type machines.
Yeah.
So, whoa! Ease her down, technobabble there, lady.
Look, her doctor's not in computers, Paul. It's in.
I mean, this was the 90s. It was very rare to find these computer type machines.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess NASA had one. That's about it.
Casting off this hum. It may be something deliberate it may be something related to implants in the people on the surface. It may be some kind of a conspiracy to just break us down. Certain sounds can have a damaging effect on our body, and even
no question about that. No question about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr.
Like country music makes me want to kill people, so that makes sense.
I feel like that's a you problem.
But it sound affects me. That's all I'm saying.
That's a situation, Paul.
Lockwood, hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this Harvey?
It is.
Hey, Dr. Lockwood?
Yes, hello.
I've been hearing about what you're saying about Atlantis and all that, and I believe you wholeheartedly. But
Thank you, dear.
Do you think that some of your teachings would outline the weather pattern that's fixing to hit?
Well, the weather...
This is
well, that's an unexpected question.
Best show that was ever on radio, Paul. This is
so I understand, sir, your great scientific discovery of aliens on Mars, but do you think that would predict the inflation of bread?
Yeah, I've been listening.
What? Weather patterns?
Yeah, I've been listening to your story about your interdimensional hole, and I believe you wholeheartedly. Do you think this hole could explain El Nino, sir? Thank you.
Why it's raining? It's not supposed to rain right now, and it's raining.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm excited to hear how Dr. Woods, because I guarantee
she will say yes. Oh yeah, for sure.
She does think this will explain the weather pattern. She has an answer. Yeah.
This is essentially string theory, the theory of everything.
Yeah.
Everything is tied in. The weather patterns are all part of the shift of the Earth's axis.
Well, I mean, do you think if they could decipher it down where they could show the weather pattern being constant with the weather that's happening, they could decipher a way that we could unite as one, as humanity, and possibly survive what's fixing to happen?
This comes kind of on an individual.
Okay, did he mean climate change? Did he mean climate change when he said weather?
I mean, I guess, and we're all uniting as one and become shifting poles, and oh my goodness, the This would have been the best bingo night if only we'd known.
If only we'd known.
You know, yeah. We wait.
I
Trivia
just,
was a mistake.
I just thought it was simple time travel. Little did I know.
Yeah, we didn't know. Oh, yeah. We got some super chats, Paul.
Multiple super chats?
Yeah.
Okay.
People. I don't know. I don't understand.
The latest I have, we got this local library one.
Okay, so there's that one, and then there's Scotty Orange has another one later.
I'm not seeing it on my screen. Why am I not seeing it on my screen?
I don't know. Scotty Orange.
Do you see it on yours? You can read it.
I sure do. Scotty Orange, who's super chatted $5. Thank you, Scotty Orange. Again, says you guys brought up Highlander. ...
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear both of your Sean Connery impressions. Doesn't have to be Highlander related. So once again, we're just dancing monkeys.
Okay.
But Sean Connery is actually something I feel like we could both probably do.
Oh no, and from Highlander, because it would be
okay.
Let me
I'm gonna let you go first. But I'm gonna have
so I see I've improved your voice.
It's pretty good. Yeah. All right. Sean Connery.
You must leave her, McLeod.
Yeah. How about okay? I watched a lot of James Bond. I watched a lot of Sean Connery movies. He pulls a knife, you pull a gun. He puts one of yours in the hospital, you put one of his in the morgue. That's the Chicago way. It's not a great Sean Connery impression, though, is it? Mm-mm.
We are safe on holy ground.
Things in here don't react well to bullets. You know what movie that's from?
Oh, right. No.
Hunt for October. When he's in
yes, that's right.
Full of nuclear missiles.
One ping only, please.
One ping only, please. Yeah.
It's called The Quickening.
It's called The Quickening. Yeah. Sean Connery has yeah. Speaking of watch the movie Time Bandits with Sean Connery.
What's a haggis? Also, yes. So he's a Spaniard who spent a lot of time in Japan.
The best part. So Sean Connery plays somebody who was born in Egypt. Is a Spaniard.
Yep.
Goes to who is Scottish, has a Scottish accent.
Yep.
Goes to Scotland to talk to the Scottish Highlander.
That's right.
Who is French and has the terrible everything about it.
Yeah.
Why isn't Sean Connery playing the Highlander? Because he could actually do this accent. He could actually sound. Oh, I love the.
Do you think Henry Cavill is going to try and do a Scottish accent when he does it?
I think Henry Cavill probably could, because I mean
he probably could.
He's from the UK, so he could probably have a good Scottish accent. I have high hopes. I honestly have high hopes for that. We have another super chat though, Paul.
So
another one. I don't know what's
something's
going on
wrong with my thing.
Maybe you just need to open the actual chat.
All right.
Timothy Harmon again has super chat as $5 and said, "But Paul," so this is for you. But Paul, what about, in quotes, "He stopped loving her today"? One of the greatest songs ever written. ?
So, I don't even. What is that song?
I don't honestly know.
Is it from Highlander 2?
Is it? I'm gonna Google it now. I'm gonna find out.
Because there are some great songs in Highlander 1. There's Who Wants to Live Forever. The Queen soundtrack is great.
He Stopped Loving Her Today is a George Jones song, which so it's Get Into Your Country. Yes.
Oh no, then no, I would. This song would make me want to kill people for sure.
Yeah, George Jones has some really good old songs. I feel like there's some old country.
Everyone's like, "Hey, what about Shania Twain and Dolly Parton?" It's like, nope, they still definitely murderous rage.
What about but Johnny Cash?
So there's a few Johnny Cash songs that are not murderous rage.
George Jones is much more in the old school Johnny Cash school of country than then
Shania Twain. But so it's only like it's not all Johnny Cash. Some Johnny Cash songs are definitely in the murderous part.
Okay.
But when he did get away on some of his ballads, he got away from like there's no twangy guitar or anything in it, right? Like so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, my super chat connection's not working. So I don't know what's happening.
I have inside. I can't sing high enough. Blood of Kings.
So Dave, we're at 3:50 on the time.
Yep.
Normally we end her right around now. What are you thinking? Do you want to keep going? Do you want to wrap her up?
Well, Paul, it's my birthday, and I say we keep going.
Okay. All right.
What do you think about that?
Well, I feel like, so if I remember this correctly, there's about 7 minutes left.
Okay, that's fair. I doubt we'll get through it, but let's try. Let's give it the old college try, Paul.
No, but I'm saying like, so we're closer to the end than the start. So I mean, it's if there was like 30 minutes left, I'd be like, no, like
no, you go to hell.
Yeah.
Let's
see what these new callers have to say.
Okay.
Individual basis, what we're going to be doing. You know, each man is on their own. The weather pattern, of course, is an indication of the great changes that are coming. But we're getting a lot of help. They're beyond our five senses. There are beings who are helping us that we cannot see with our five senses, but we're getting tremendous help.
Citation
every single one of us, including art. And they're going to help us evolve and help us have this awareness, guide us to full source.
What the who?
Scotty Orange says, "Oh, yeah, fair enough. We missed a Scotty Orange super chat, $2."
Okay. I'm trying to reload my page. It's not working.
Well, I'll just read it.
Okay, go ahead.
3 likes on this super chat, Paul. So it's quite popular. Scotty Orange for $2 super chatted, "Where is the Earth butt?" And I think we all know the answer to that question. Nebraska. Fuck Nebraska. The absolute anus of human civilization on the globe. If you're from Nebraska, I'm sorry. It's the worst. Everything about your state is the devil. I haven't been there, but I hate it. I hate everything about it.
I may, so perhaps this refresh. So now I'm seeing new chat things coming in. So
you need new chat things? Okay, so that maybe did it.
Yeah. All right.
Of information and people who can give them the truth to help them survive the great cataclysms that are coming.
And you're saying these will begin within a couple of years?
Within a couple of years. In fact, in my publication, I have countdown on it. Countdown till 1999. We have 1999.
1999 is when this is happening?
Yep. Countdown.
That aged well.
In her publication.
Begins the deterioration of that people should not fear. They should go within and find the God that they have acquainted themselves with and become better acquainted with that and find an inner calm and realize that in order to improve anything and to recreate something, there has to be a mess made and there has to be a lot of change happening. And death is not the end of anything. There's no such thing. Don't be afraid.
So many people say what you are saying from different disciplines.
What God are you acquainted with? What will come for you through this change?
I am. Well, I mean, I'm not acquainted with any God, so that would be very difficult.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would be to become. But I guess the assignment is to just become more acquainted with whatever God you're. So I'm. So yeah, so you're my deity.
I mean, I don't want to presume, but
you would be as good as any, really.
Better than most.
Better than some, for sure.
You're short telling me with that. Come on. All
right, so I'll just get to know me.
I have a clearly defined philosophy, Paul, and I feel like you can follow it. It's it's so easy. It's like 3 steps. It's so good. Yeah.
People write me and they say, before I got to know you, I was nothing, nobody, nowhere.
Nowhere.
And now I got to know you, and now my name is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Yep. Yep.
Get to know me.
Get to know me.
You think that
you could name right now the number one tenet of my church? What is the core tenet of Daveology?
Are you saying tenet or tenant?
Yeah, whatever, that thing. Not the one that somebody who pays me rent. The one that is
the tenet. The
the one that only has one end.
What would be the Dave? What would be the one Dave?
Yeah,
philosophy?
The golden rule.
The golden rule of Dave is
yeah.
I'm blanking. So it'd be something along the lines of,
better, Paul.
Yeah.
Better too much.
There you go. Better too much. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's the golden rule of Daveology right there.
There you go. I should have known. I was going in a different direction, and I would have been wrong. I was definitely wrong.
You were probably thinking about some kind of self-improvement bullshit.
Yeah, I was. I was trying to think of
how many drinks should you pour? I don't know what number you have in your head. Add one.
Because I've heard you say many a time, better too much than not enough.
Better too much than not enough. Yeah.
Awesome.
I feel like so many problems are just solved right there. Just
though that the end of our physical existence.
Not everybody. There's going to be survivors. There are places we can go to.
Everybody will immediately say where.
Yeah, we hear something in Canada, and we hear something in the South Pacific and various places like that. The safest place is the Colorado Rockies, that is because Colorado has very few earthquake faults, and the Rockies will rise higher. They will not sink. There's going to be a lot of sinking and rising of lands during the earthquakes. And
does she not generally know how mountain ranges form?
I mean, I guess not.
I mean, because the Colorado uplift is literally because two plates. The Colorado uplift is called an uplift because one plate subducted and the other plate went up, and that's what we got. And we got those in Canada too, by the way. We got the Rockies extend all the way up to us,
all the way to Alaska.
Yep.
Last time I checked, yeah.
And that is while it's not so much a fault line.
And aren't the Rockies like a really old mountain range?
Yeah, they're relatively they're among the freshest.
Are they among, okay,
of the mountains. Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, I was thinking about Appalachians. The Appalachian, whatever. Yeah, those are
old.
Yeah.
Combined with a lot of chaotic other things going on in the world among the nations and the peoples.
Definitely Colorado where she lives. This is based.
I mean, I thought maybe because of its lax social policies or something. Colorado's great because they don't really care what you do.
Yeah, because they're
as long as you're not hurting anybody, you're good.
Yeah, you're good. It's fine. You can teach whatever you want in the school.
That's
and
right.
Still claim educational tax benefits.
Outer war happening. We need to keep our calm. That's the bottom line. Be calm.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Lockwood. Hello.
Yes, hi, Art. Hi, Wendy. You're talking to one of the survivors. I'm a prophet and a teacher of the children of the future.
Oh, goodness.
And I have seen many of the things that you're talking about.
You're who?
He's a prophet and a teacher of the future, Paul.
He's a survivor.
Keep up.
Wow.
Yeah. He's one of the survivors. This guy's about to dispense some knowledge.
Well, first we got Scotty Orange with his knowledge.
Okay.
Imagine an AI Art Bell, but Paul's Joker added to it, and we used it as an assistant that looks stuff up for you guys. What would that be like? Well, that'd be something.
So, okay, wait. So it's an AI Art Bell. Okay, I got that.
Yep.
Where's the Joker?
I'm guessing. Joker? So remember the one Halloween? I was the Joker.
I do remember that. Okay, yes.
So I'm guessing visually it would look like my Halloween Joker. And then,
by the way, Paul, just so you know, I have in mind a pretty good Halloween costume.
Oh, okay.
So just there's gonna be a bar, and it's there.
I mean, your last year's bar was pretty high. I mean, with the
and yours was too. Like I think we both nailed it last year.
We both brought. So you're just saying that's now the floor.
Showing up with like googly alien antenna ain't gonna fucking cut it this year. Okay.
Okay. So last year is the floor. That's where you're moving up from there.
Yeah, we're moving up from there.
Okay.
I don't know how many years we can keep that going, but this year I've got it in mind.
Okay. Well,
no hints, no spoilers. But
all right, but you served notice. Okay.
Yeah, you got a lot of time. We got 2 months, more than 2 months. Yeah. For
I will have to enlist Shannon.
Ghost to Ghost 3. Yeah.
Yep. And the AI assistant would I'm yawning, would look stuff up for us. I guess that would be an assistant of sorts. Art Bell wouldn't really look things up for people.
Would we ever incorporate an AI Art Bell into this show? I feel like that's ghoulish, actually.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm not just let the dead lie. We don't need AI Art Bell.
We celebrate art. We're not trying to
celebrate art. We don't need a CG Art Bell.
No.
Talking, even though there's like more than enough.
Oh, for sure. I could definitely clone his voice and get the.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyways,
and I think part of the evidence or proof that you're looking for might be the City of Rocks State Park in New Mexico. It seems to be an ancient foundation, a very, very old foundation built by giants. And when I was there, I had visions of these very large, off-colored beings that had built it, and I really quandered about it until I heard you talk about Atlanteans being giants tonight, and I was wondering if you were aware of the City of Rocks.
Well, I know a lot about some of the ancient cities in the southwestern area. For instance, I don't know about that one. I've never heard of that one. But I know there are a lot of ruins down there, and the Grand Canyon itself was the site of a great city that was bombed by atomic. It was created. The Grand Canyon was created by atomic destruction.
No, it was not.
And there are places along the Grand Canyon you could see.
No, it was not. Oh my God. Wow, it is one of the prime examples of gradual erosion. It's gradual erosion. It's not an explosion. Oh my God.
I mean, even as like I've seen legitimate actual large scale explosion. I haven't seen a nuclear.
No, but you and I have driven through, probably even together, mountains that have had dynamite to blow through.
Yeah, and I have family that's been involved in seismic and big scale, and they like. Here's the thing about explosions: the craters they make, they're pretty much round, pretty much.
Yep.
You know what they don't look like is kind of wiggly lines that carve through.
That's right. Meandering. Meandering V shapes that are kind of
yeah. And you look at various nuclear test sites, and the remains you're going to see are by and large definitely more in the round school of less river valley that looks very much like, say, a river.
You know what you don't see a lot of, Dave? You don't see a lot of explosions changing direction.
I mean, not the explosions that I'm familiar with, but when you add the fourth and fifth and sixth dimensions in,
I suppose.
Oh my goodness. Grand Canyon was caused by the atomic explosion.
Well, obviously.
Like if you could pick any feature in the world, so many, like the whatchamacallit, like they're in the Mexican, like the like Florida,
the Yucatan?
Yucatan, like, or the Berry, whatever, like in Sudbury and thing with the nickel, the giant one in like the Hudson Bay, and all of these huge impact craters that are essentially big round, because that's what it is. It's a giant, something hit the earth, this giant explosion, this huge round impact crater, not unlike what you would get from a nuclear device, larger scale. Nope, we're gonna pick the Grand Canyon, like the least explosion-y thing
Yeah, that's right.
you can think of. Wow. Okay. This is the thing. This was caused by the atomic war, the double atomic war between Atlantis and Lemuria 50,000 years ago, and it made the Grand Canyon. You're okay. Yeah. Yes, Timothy, you're right. Our understanding of Atlantean physics is laughably elementary. It's shocking. It's just,
Yep.
we're like school children saying, that doesn't make any sense. We're laughing about quantum physics.
That's right. We're laughing about complex economic theories. Yep.
Yeah, just print more money. That solves all the problems.
Just print more money.
Yeah, then everybody can be rich.
That are blackened from smoke.
Oh. Okay. Gotta fix the sound.
Wow. Okay.
Dead air is always good for a radio show.
Dead air. Nephilim nukes were
that was bombed by. It was bombed by atomic. It was created. The Grand Canyon was created by atomic destruction.
Really?
And there are places along the Grand Canyon you could see that are blackened from smoke. Just tremendous areas that are blackened. There are pyramids within the Grand Canyon. One of the biggest ones on this continent within the Grand Canyon, but it's underground. There are underground pyramids.
There's underground pyramids, Dave.
There's pyramids all along the Grand Canyon, Paul. You can't see them. You see, because they're underground. Also, atomic war. I don't like.
There's no way to test for radio. No one's. Yep. No one's ever said, "Hey, why are different parts of the Grand Canyon more radioactive than others?" Yeah.
I read about this in one of the books I can't name. Yeah.
Believe that the pyramids are the portal to what is below.
They're portals to below and above, because they are also teleportation to other planets.
Okay, stargates, if you will. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Lockwood. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, Art?
Yes, where are you?
I'm from Alabama.
Okay.
Could I just not be just, can I just be just as simple? Seems like everybody that's calling in they're just so noted on books and everything. But she speaks of a lot of books, and the greatest book that was ever written is the Bible itself. Sold any Bible, any book. It speaks of a great flood, and a flood could get rid of any city, or cities, or continents.
Yes.
And I have a place down at the river, and we have flood drainage right before our place.
Yes.
And there's foundations, and there's cars, and things down in there. I believe their city is sunk, but I believe they were sunk from the Bible, from the great flood.
Yeah, the great flood.
Ma'am, what did you want to say?
Yeah, the great flood in the Bible was the sinking of Atlantis as well.
Okay.
No.
Well,
yes, of course. Yes.
That matches your timing perfectly. Yes. The great flood of the Bible 50,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, see, Paul, this is getting back to what we were saying before, oral history. So this is the Great Flood, as recorded in the Bible, is a later day recording of an oral history. So the facts have gotten muddied up. But it was
fair enough. But she earlier affirmed the Bible dating.
So I will take it. She never affirmed the Bible dating. She just said she was a Christian. She believed the Bible. I don't think she ever.
Right. No, you're right. No, you're right. When she said, when someone threw out the 6,000 years, I think she, if we're being charitable, she affirmed that people believe that, not that she believed that. Yeah.
She said some people believe that, and she said I was raised Christian. She never has actually like said. I think
Was it so? It wasn't a nuclear war between these two warring races. It was a flood.
It was a double nuclear war that caused this geological event that involved the shifting of the Earth's axis, because there was a global shift. She's mentioned shifting poles and the you know, with another great that's all was on the bingo card, shifting poles, and that is what led to the sinking of Atlantis, and I presume Lemuria, because they're not around anymore.
Yeah.
So they both sunk in this double atomic war, which caused the Great Flood, which, I mean, continent-sized land masses sinking into the ocean, you would think there would be repercussions and probably tidal waves and things. So, yeah, that's the, you know, it's all checks out. The science, as I did an auto sum in Excel, and it all checks out. This is everything, everything's working out. Yeah. This makes sense.
Timothy Harmon writes, I think I have an underground sphinx in my backyard.
Absolutely. Probably radioactive. Careful. Probably got a lot of fallout left over from the double nuclear war.
That's right.
Wait, do you live in Nevada? Are you near the Grand Canyon? Because that's where the bombs fell. Some of the bombs. If you're in Colorado, you're probably safe. Colorado is geologically the most safe.
Colorado is clearly a safe distance away from the fallout that would be,
because of the lack of fault lines and the Rockies
and great elevation.
It'll be the safest place, you know.
And lacks drug laws.
In 1999, when Atlantis rises, the 22-mile pyramid.
Then we'll all be. That'll show us when that all happens.
Yeah, you're gonna look pretty stupid, Paul, when a giant pyramid rises out of the world.
1999.
1999. Yeah. You condescending prick. This is where the real truths from the Hollow Earth and the warehouse of biological robots.
Wipe that smug smirk off your face, Ends.
You think you got it all figured out. Let me tell you what I learned in the secret archives and the books I can't specifically reference.
And then too, the people that she's speaking of, I kind of get a little nauseated inside. It makes me feel like that I can deal with the people here that's human like me, even though we have crimes and destruction and everything. I think I could deal with them.
In other words, they make us sound good, huh?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I've got you, all right. And I guess that is...
I also like how this caller opened up the call with, I don't like all you people that are reading books.
Yeah. No, you don't need none of that.
Yeah. We don't need no books. I got one book. I got the
one
Bible.
It's got all the answers.
And sometimes our property floods. And that just, we're good.
Which is probably like the Noah and the floods and all the same
probably is.
In the past. Yep. So
check it out. Bad among all of them.
All right, first time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Lockwood. Hi.
Yeah, hi. This is Bill from Nebraska.
Hello, Bill.
How are you tonight?
Fine.
Got a question. I just heard the good doctor just state that the Grand Canyon was somehow
a nuclear detonation.
Correct.
At one time, yes.
Correct. I was just wondering when she thought this took place.
This took place at the fall of Atlantis, which was 50,000 years.
50,000 years ago, there were
only
nuclear,
50,000 years ago.
There was nuclear devices 50,000 years ago.
Oh, they were far more advanced than we are.
Technologically beyond where we are right now, sir.
Far. I can remember the cities and the technology they had.
That's right.
In those
we
cities.
forgot that
my goodness.
she was there.
All right. I'm just curious. I mean, do you believe this also, or are you just
I don't just believe it. I know
it is.
No, I think I've been fairly clear.
You're talking about it.
I don't. He's asking me.
Yeah.
I'll be as clear with you as I can. I don't believe it, and I don't disbelieve it. However,
you just have a forum for it, then.
Yeah, I'm interested in it. In other words, as I listen to this doctor, I I tend to reject those people who say this is absolute baloney, because too many times what has been said to be absolute baloney turns out to be tomorrow's truth. So I'm sitting here and listening. You ask me, do I know it to be true? No. I don't.
It's interesting. I do find your show, though, fascinating. You have forums where you get, different opinions and this and that. But
it's the whole idea.
I just got to go on the record. I find this one a little hard to swallow. But I hear
you. All right. Thank you very much.
What?
That's all right.
Incredulous bastard.
Small bites at a time, huh? Well, you've given us a big bite, though.
I have, but I've laid it all out there, and you just pick what you want out of it.
See, that's hard for me too.
So Scotty Orange said, "Jet, please tell me there's more like this." There's so many more like this. This is the like when you get into the weeds. So we have not really.
We've gone for more of the famous shows where the guest was famous.
Yeah, and skewed towards the religiously themed. But like this is in many ways typical of an Art Bell coast to coast show where somebody's just got the most buck ass crazy thing and they're throwing it out there, and Art's just like, okay, yeah, yeah, okay, I'm with you. What about this? Yeah, we could literally thousands of episodes that are more or less like this. Now, to be fair, this for all it's worth, this guest is a lot of times the people on are not charismatic or engaging, are not, so that can be the tough thing. It's sometimes it's like what they're saying is entertaining, but they're very dry or not well spoken, not efficient communicators. Would you say that's fair, Paul?
Yeah, I would actually also, I was a little bit worried about this one because I felt like Dr. Wood was a little bit stilted in her delivery. But it's turned out to be golden anyway, so
yeah. But yes, we have no shortage of, we could do this YouTube stream.
We have 9 gigs of it, whatever that means.
Yeah, so many.
Yeah.
That's like somebody saying, here's Catholicism, take what you want. You reject the rest.
That is pretty much what people do.
Yeah.
Most Catholics will say, you can't do that. That's cherry picking. You can't do that. Either you believe or you don't believe. But you're easier than that, huh?
Oh, definitely, because life is supposed to flow, and it's supposed to be very flexible. And we take only what fits into our sense of reasoning. And in the beginning, when we first start to learn things, like now, a lot of people out there are beginning to, no, they can't. They can't believe it, and I didn't either when I heard about it. We can't believe anything until we learn more about it. We can't make any sense out of anything.
That's absolutely correct.
How do we learn more about it, Paul? We remote view. And how do we learn more about it? We remember our past lives and remote view the inner earth. And that's how we get evidence to support.
And if for some reason you can't remember your past lives, or if your past lives just sucked, then you go to the secret library.
You go to the secret archives, the secret library,
and you ask them for books about mythology.
Yeah.
And review the letters of the Greek alphabet.
Because that's the story of Atlantis.
That's right.
Yeah. It's right there in the Greek alphabet. Especially theta. Oh my goodness. The things I can tell you about theta.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And gamma. Just it's all
Paul.
Sorry. Spoilers. I'm sorry, everybody.
Yeah. When the Bilderbergers find you're talking about gamma, we're gonna get in real trouble. Yeah.
I have if I've learned anything, I've learned not to reject things out of hand. And I certainly don't reject all of this out of hand. A lot of it is supported by geologic knowledge that is just now being discovered.
For example, that the Grand Canyon exists.
Yeah.
I can't deny that.
So clearly it was caused by a nuclear war 50,000 years ago between Atlantis and Lemuria. You've seen the Grand Canyon, Paul. You've seen the Grand Canyon with your own eyes.
I have.
So, I mean, the evidence is incontrovertible.
I mean, gosh, folks, pyramids under the sea near Japan, pyramids all over this continent, in the Southwest, in South America, and the ones we know about that we can examine and walk in Egypt. So, there's a lot of...
So there's pyramids everywhere, plus the ones we know about.
Plus the ones we know.
Which is a great phrase.
Yeah. There's pyramids everywhere, plus the ones we know about. Yeah. That should be should be like our opening poster for that's coast to coast.
That's coast to coast.
Potential support for all of this, but in a way, I'm with that caller. Beings under Earth and all the rest of it, I have a tough time with it. But you're not the first guest, Doctor, to come along and say it. Believe me, you're not the first. So I'm open-minded about it.
That's fine. I can bring you some references, give you reference.
All right. Doctor, I'm going to stop it here, and I'm going to be thoughtful about this. And if you would send me something, I would very much appreciate it.
I would. Do you mind if I mention my publication?
Not one bit. Go ahead.
All right. I send out a publication once per month. Actually, I have a publishing partner who has one as well. It's called The Web of Light, and my web came before this web that we have in the computers. And my address is 9462 Rimrock, one word, pardon me, Road, Sonora, Sonora, California, 95370. They're $2 per month, $20 per year. I give a lot of prophecy, and I give a lot of the new teachings of the New Age that's coming in. Everything I give has been proven to the maximum degree I can.
All right, give that address one more time.
Okay, Web of Light, Dr. W. Lockwood.
All right.
Web of Light.
Right.
9462 Rimrock Road, Sonora, California, 95370.
All right. Good enough. Doctor, thank you for being with us, and have a good morning.
Thank you.
Take care. That's Dr. Wendy Lockwood. And one take, folks, on Atlantis.
Paul?
Yes, David.
I feel like this is a momentous occasion because, to the best of my recollection, and there are gaps, that is the first time in the history of Toast to Toast, almost 2 years we've been doing this show, where we have listened to the beginning, middle, and end of a segment with a guest.
I think you are correct. I believe this is the first for our little show.
There you go. And Shannon checked out. She didn't believe on us. She's like, no. You guys are never getting to the show. You're not doing it. Well, here we go. Proof that we can, in fact.
I mean, we had to go a little bit over time, but that's all right.
What's time?
What is time?
Yeah.
What is time?
All right, Paul.
All right. Well, I'm a sleepy person at this point.
Yeah.
Are we closing off with a joke? Or are we
a long ass day? Oh, Jesus. Okay. So busy. Okay.
Okay. So no, you're Dave.
No. Okay, I'm gonna do one. Okay. I got one. Hey. Okay. Hey, Paul. Paul.
Yes, Dave.
If you suck at playing the trumpet, that's probably what you're doing wrong.
That's pretty good.
You like that one? That's what you get off the top of my head. Yeah. I forgot to come up with a joke for today.
That works. That one works.
All right. All right.
Well, thanks everybody, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yay! Yep, it's already tomorrow.
Indeed. Now I'm waiting for the signal to turn off the screen.
And that's the end of our show.
And we are done.
We are done. Yes.